It's a deep backward point and a deep backward square leg. The only two fielders out. Will Ashley find swing? On target straight away, Matthew Hayden. Thank you very much for sprinting up the stairs. I convinced Dinesh Karthik, I've seen you in the gym every day in preparation for this.
That's why it was such a hefty blow, Ian Bishop. I made no doubt about the fact that that bell was rung, and this side here will make no doubt also about what batting strength and power they bring to the table at Eden Gardens. Look at that lineup. That middle order is just meat muscle.
West Indies off the mark. Dinesh Karthik. They lost 4 wickets in the power play last game. How do these opening batters approach this power play?
Oh, first up, they need to obviously get to a good score, which basically means take on the power play. It's also going to be interesting to see who India goes with the new ball. Against South Africa, it was Jasprit Bumrah, and they picked up early wickets. But against Zimbabwe, it was Hardik Pandya. So are they going to tilt towards Bumrah again, or are they going to keep Bumrah when Shimron Hetmyer comes in? Because he's such a key matchup in this game.
Yeah, that's a juicy matchup, isn't it? He's got his number, that's for sure. When you've got someone like Shimron Hetmyer, who I almost think Ian Bishop is the key. Dinesh, he's the key to this innings. He's the real piecemeal at number 3, where he can come in and start to boss it. And this would be an interesting combination. It's the first time that we've seen it in this side, in this T20. Hope and chase. Made that one replacement up top, and it's a key replacement.
That'll ease the pressures of Roston Chase. Bish, did you see this coming? Roston Chase opening?
Never opened before an international game. There was a little bit of discussion around it because Brandon King's form has been quite absent all across the tournament. So we were involved in little speculations in the preceding games as to who it might be. Chris Gaffney wasn't thinking about that at all. He's focused on what's coming down behind. I think he's in here. If he succeeds with the bat, it's more for his off spin that they've looked to keep him in tonight. And they probably said to themselves, look, it's a first for you. Brandon King hasn't been lighting the world on fire, so you might as well go up there. But we need your off spin tonight, so you have to be in this team.
Fair enough. I think the Indian top order has been slightly vulnerable to off spin, and Roston Chase actually has a very good record against India. In bilaterals, he's bowled quite nicely in T20s against India.
Well, I really feel that this is a bat-off, this particular quarter-final. The eliminator for one of these two teams who have got to make it or break it. You lose tonight, you go back. So for mine, I thought it was an unusual or even strange decision to have, as we just heard Ian Bishop talking about, a guy that's opening the batting for the first time ever at a quarter-final of a T20 World Cup. Now, if that's not pressure, I don't know what is.
Absolutely right. It is a risk, but they have to manage that pressure. These two teams, 3 without loss.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ঝর্ণার মতো স্নিগ্ধ, ছবির মতো সুন্দর। RFL বাথরুম ফিটিংস, অভিজাত ও দীর্ঘস্থায়ী।
সর্বাধুনিক সিপিভিসি ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে তৈরি RFL সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস 93 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস পর্যন্ত গরম পানি সহ্য করতে পারে। RFL সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
So it will be the question of Dinesh Karthik is answered. Hardik Pandya with 1 wicket in the power play so far. Interesting to find out if he can get any lateral movement, and he usually bowls a hard length. The West Indies suffered from that bowling of hard length in that game against South Africa.
Hardik Pandya, interestingly, has been a much better bowler in the power play than at the back end of an innings. So it's been one of his strengths because, just like Arshdeep Singh, he's found swing both ways and he's been pretty consistent in beating the bat. Yes, the wickets column probably not showing what he's actually done. But again, firing Hardik Pandya is so important to India's chances. Just having an economy of under 6, 5.83 to be precise, which tells you that he's been hard to get hold of in the power play. But does he find as much swing? That's what we need to wait and watch.
This is good from Arshdeep and from Hardik. So far, every ball is an event, but they've hit the splice of the bat quite often.
Absolutely. And I think that's so important that India have started with a great intent, because even against Zimbabwe, I thought they bowled their first 13 overs brilliantly and then kind of backed off when they knew they were confident in the game. And I can tell you the body language of India suggests that they're ready, and that's how they need to be for the whole 20 overs. At no point can they back off in terms of what their attitude and intent is when bowling.
Good stop. Sanju Samson.
Talk about body language. I think India have grabbed this power play by the scruff of the neck already. Into the second over, you can sense there's a little bit of desperation. We've got a new partnership for West Indies. That matters as well. The running between the wickets, maybe not as confident in that partnership, that you know that's such a key part of it. And the atmosphere, gentlemen. When the national anthem was sung here this evening in a packed house at Eden Gardens, it was something else. If you can't get up in these first 5 overs, you're not trying very hard.
That will go all the way for 6. Hit off a good length or just short of it. A tremendous shot.
We spoke about the hard length being an issue for the West Indies batters. But Shai Hope gets his first 6. That's one of the lengths that's troubled the West Indians. But Shai Hope says, here we go, first 6 for the day.
Every 10 balls, the West Indies come up with a maximum. India almost 11 balls, so it's going to be one of those absolutely for certain games where sixes and boundaries matter. It's a small outfield. We've shown you the dimensions. It's a postage stamp here at Eden Gardens on a good track.
Long on in place now.
You could see what he was doing. The moment there was long on and deep fine leg, Shai Hope was giving himself room to go over the offside. Without getting too particular about the length, West Indies have struggled in the average length of 6 to 8 meters. Interesting that 6 was 8.8 meters, so just short of good length. I was going for the big one there. It almost feels like Shai Hope, the senior opening partner, needs to kick on before Roshan Chase comes in. It's nerve-wracking when you've not opened before and then you're thrust into this attack with Bumrah, Arshdeep and Hardik.
To your point, Hardik has got to be fairly straight in his line. Glorious. That is just a touch of supreme skill to end the over. 13 without loss.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ আমেরিকান এএসটিএম স্ট্যান্ডার্ডে তৈরি আধুনিক যুগের আধুনিক পাইপ ফিটিংস এর সাথে জয়েন্ট হয় শক্ত ও মজবুত। আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস, পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে
Talked about his length, which was impeccable, combined with line. And hello, they're waving at Dinesh Karthik and Matthew Hayden. You see, he can't afford to be out there. With the feel that he has a long on and a deep square leg, he almost has to be inside the stumps. Arshdeep. Slice again.
It's good length. have a look at how consistent they were. That's the length that's troubled West Indies so far, 6 to 8 meter, when they've not been able to really put away the deliveries, and India was almost on the money. Arshdeep first over, almost everything in that red patch there. High quality start from Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, those two balls that just swung away from the right-hander as well. That creates the doubt. The length is very good. We showed you that right now. That means that a batter has to take a risk.
Right, no one's going, no one's going. Oh no, the throw went nowhere. No man's land is where it ended up, with both batters stranded mid-pitch.
That's what I was talking about, this running between the wickets with a new partner. There's some uncertainty. They were both ball watching, and then Shoaib just turns his back. If it had gone the other end, he would have been out by half a pitch at least. Look at him at that stage. Austin Chase was nowhere even in the frame. If it had gone to the wicket-keeper's end, it was gone.
Well, they're both from Barbados, so they should be speaking the same dialect. It doesn't seem that way at the moment.
What's that, too cool?
Two things very evident in that miscommunication. First up, Shai Hope's mistake was completely looking at the ball and not looking at his partner. Have a look at Shai Hope here when he comes on screen. He's constantly looking at the ball. He's not looked at Roshan Chase. The second thing is, it is a loud ground. He hasn't heard the call at all. Roshan Chase had hit it. Shai Hope starts and stops, but Roshan Chase, whatever he's called, there's no chance Shai Hope has heard that.
Yes, there was no run in it, I don't think. It went straight to the left hand of the fielder. Chakravarti, had he just picked that up and thrown it, I think both were in trouble. So you can tell the nerves. He's so nervous. Why wouldn't he be?
Such a big game. 3 more for 500 in international, suggests with Bumrah. Our statisticians love that sort of international stat. Rodman Powell needs 2 sixes for 150. Shimon Hetmyer 3 sixes away from 100, and he's 1 behind Farhan, who has 18 sixes and a new record in any single edition of the tournament 6 hitting. Hetmyer is on 17. Sahibzada Farhan cannot add to his. Nice, very nice. Chase that.
That's going to give him a lot of confidence. Just hitting straight through the line. But also, if you observe carefully, there has been very little swing or seam movement, which tells you it's going to be a high-scoring encounter. West Indies need to make the most of it now that they've been put into bat first.
Shows you straight away that if you miss your length, you're gone. Both these two batting units is desperate to score 6s.
Probably better. That one along the ground, but better. Missed his length twice. 23 for none.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাকে চেলি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে। জিরো হবে নতুন ফিলে।
আবার বললেন কি হইব? আরে মা, বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে। কি ভাই, লোকাল ওয়াইফাই ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই? আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই। রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ।
They're holding Jasprit Bumrah's overs like gold here. He hasn't bowled one yet. Akshar Patel will look to target for stumps with a deep mid-wicket and a long off in play. The ability to manipulate the bat face to get that behind square is very good.
Very good offside player early on. Not too much width there. He's manufactured width there. Arshdeep maybe slightly slow. But in this outfield in Eden Gardens, if you miss it, don't bother chasing.
What that also shows you as well is just how closely Shai Hope is actually watching the ball. You can't play that shot unless you're actually waiting for it to come right onto your body and then press it into that gap. Superb batting.
You spoke about Jasprit Bumrah not being introduced. I think India have done the right thing here, bowling the left-arm spinner early, because they have a few left-handers and we know Shimron Hetmyer is a good player of spin. So the fact is, even though they've just bowled one over of Akshar Patel so far in the tournament in the power play, it's good that they brought him on early. The Indian team needs to be very clever how they use their spinners here. And what I would like to see is Jasprit Bumrah used wisely against their best batters, or against their batters in form.
Yeah, the matchup that we're of course waiting for here is Bumrah and Shimron Hetmyer. Been out 5 times in 9 innings. I mean, averaging miserly 10 or 13, I think it is. He's just all over him. So that's the one that they're waiting for as you look at those stars to follow in this match. These two sides are full of superstars. Stage is certainly set here at this game. It's a small outfield. Told you that it's a very, very good batting surface, and already you can start to see this run rate in those 8.5s, potentially 9s without the loss of wickets. It's a bat off.
So I agree fully that it's a bat off, and that's why I think bowlers have to stand up tonight, because there's depth on both sides, there's power on both sides, so the bowlers can make a difference here.
The crucial break, Roston Chase just taking some time out, and it almost breaks the rhythm a little bit. They just got about 3 boundaries in 3 deliveries, and then you take a break for whatever reason. I'm sure it was something that had to be acted upon.
Such an accurate comment. When we see in other formats the timeouts in the game, so often after that little break, that concentration, that lapse in the way that you're processing the game, it just slightly disconnects. It's like switching the light off in your living room. You can see it straight away, the impact that it's made. The last couple of balls have been dots, and now the pressure is straight away on the captain. Been good so far in this over. Been good back-to-back overs, actually, in the power play.
He's one that got away. That must sting as a batter to hit that to a field.
Especially when you hit a boundary early on in the over, which was a much tougher delivery. This had time to put away in the gap. 4 dot balls on the bounce. Let's wait and see what's going to happen now. Big shot round the corner. A single to finish off. Very good over from Akshar Patel. Good start. 28 for no loss.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে কেমনে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
So many places around the world at a pause for this. The big man with 7 wickets in the tournament, best control of any bowler in the tournament.
Shai Hope's technique is one of those where he wouldn't find Bumrah as difficult when it's not swinging. Because he's a good offside player, there's a good chance he could put away Bumrah for a couple of boundaries here if he doesn't get his line right. He needs to be razor sharp and into the stump. Otherwise, Shai Hope is someone who can actually hit Bumrah for a couple of boundaries.
How's he getting him out, Ian Bishop? How is he now going to find a way to break through for Team India?
thought the change of pace would come actually. If there's no swing, Bumrah is clever like that. He'll take pace off the ball, roll his fingers over it with his little off-cutter. I don't think he has a knuckleball like some of the other exponents in this tournament, and Hope was through his shot just then.
Yeah, I think the last over of Axar Patel and even now the off-pace delivery of Bumrah is going to give us a pretty good indication of what's going to be more difficult to play as a batter. Suspect that the scoring rate will go down, hence the power play being so important. And ever since that little break, for whatever reason, there's just been a little break in the tempo of the West Indian batting side as well. Found a field a few times, have found dot balls. Team India are mounting pressure. Where there's pressure, there's wickets.
Also, Haydos, Roshan Chase is opening for the first time, and in 4.3 overs, he just played the 6 balls. He's going to be itching for strike because the last couple of deliveries, he's hit it for a boundary. He's lost a bit of rhythm as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts now.
Seen a real short ball yet. Genuine short ball. Superb. Absolutely superb. Bumrah wasn't perhaps expecting that.
The information that we know is that Jasprit Bumrah is going to control what he's doing. So what it means is that the innovation becomes an approach. Go back even to the Boxing Day test where Sammy Constance took on that kind of approach. And it rattled Jasprit Bumrah because he's got such a presence at the crease. It needs something unique and special to break that open, to find a way to bust that confidence that he has.
2 deep fielders are now leg side, right? So you now got a fine leg and a deep square. So unless he bluffs, he can go straight at the stumps. He can use that short ball if he wants, whether pace on or pace off. Still shifting the field around. Hasn't bowled a bouncer in the tournament in the power play, Jasprit Bumrah. Miss hit, should be out, should be out. Oh no, goodness me. As simple as they come, stunned.
India had a catching efficiency of 75%. Reduce that now. Abhishek Sharma dropping an absolute dolly there. Bumrah almost staring at the batter. About to say thank you for that, but sadly wasn't meant to be. Great body language from Bumrah not to react.
All action, big game. Winner takes it all, 35 without loss.
আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ সব ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জংমুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিন ট্যাপ। ফিটিংস শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, ম্যাচে প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়। প্যান্ডা
35 for no loss. 7 overs have been bowled. In fact, 5 overs have been bowled. And here's Axar Patel. Oh, beautifully played. Just opening the face of the blade. That's his favoured side, the offside for Shai Hope. He starts the over with a boundary. He'll consider himself lucky to be still there. But this is a full banger, put away. And it's good evening to Carlos White and Sunny Gavaskar.
Evening, Ravi. Live up to your billing so far. Massive game, and we've got all look at that for chances, whether run-outs, potential run-outs, drop catches. We've had 4s, 6s, and celebrities in the house as well.
Jay Shah, chairman of ICC, Saurav Ganguly, president of the CAB. This is a big contest, a knockout really. And alongside me will have fond memories of this ground, as would the West Indies. What does it do to you? Coming back to the ground where you won the World Cup last time around, hitting those 4 sixes. And as a team, what would they be thinking? Darren Sammy's still there, part of this unit as a coach.
Nostalgic. Fond memories walking back through. Only a fond memory for Abhishek when he watches this back with a full house, packed atmosphere, all to play for. Everything on the line. This is what you play for.
That's swept away. 4 more. They're just playing the field. Akshar Patel firing it into the pads.
Good again from Austin Chase. Innovative. Getting outside the line of off stump. Knows there's just 2 fielders to beat, whether over them or through them. He's had a good start. 19 off 10 so far in this new role.
So there we are. Done with power play. 10 off that last over. After 6, it's 45 for no loss. And drinks being called for.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ইফতারে আজ একসাথে মেতে উঠি আমের সাথে, আজ সবার হাতে হাতে মেতে উঠি ফ্রুটোর সাথে।
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়। ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাকে চেলি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, চিলক্স, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, ম্যাটশে, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ সব ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জংমুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিন ট্যাপ। ফিটিংস শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি।
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে কেমনে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, ম্যাটশে, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ইফতারে আজ একসাথে মেতে উঠি আমের সাথে, আজ সবার হাতে হাতে মেতে উঠি ফ্রুটোর সাথে।
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, চিলক্স, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
It's like a very good pitch, as we see from the way the West Indians have played some of the shots on the up, on the rise, as they say. And when you have confidence in the pitch that the ball is coming onto the bat quite nicely, you can play through the line. That's what we've seen so far. Super batting this.
So Hardik Pandya back into the attack. get two easily. This is the best opening partnership against the Indians in the World Cup so far.
JioHotstar is very good against pace and spin, but there is a particular channel which he struggles a little bit more against spinners. And we saw Akshar Patel come into the fray a little bit earlier than usual, and he tried to bang away at this length. Zooming the ball in, not trying to spin it, just trying to angle it in on that good length. Russell Chase, on the other hand, counter-attack that by coming inside the line, helping it over square leg. So it's something that JioHotstar may want to work toward and work at. It's definitely an area that the Indian team have pinpointed he's susceptible against.
What a lovely sight, this Eden Gardens, when full. 67,000 the capacity, used to be well over 100 way back before the corporate boxes came in. Oh, that's a terrific strike. There is long on, but he's not bothered. He's just parked it into the crowd to bring up the 50 for the West Indies.
Yes, it was in the slot as well, wasn't it? It was in the arc as well, slot ball. And if you've got off to a start like they have, stands tall and just dismisses it from his presence. That's what one can say. Yes, Hardik Pandya aware of that.
Well, one thing teams know against the West Indies, there'll be no shortage of sixes. There might be a few dot balls, but when they start unleashing those big ones, things change pretty quickly. So a single to end the over. Again, 11 of it. It's 56 for no loss.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল ক্লাস পাইপ নিশ্চিত করে প্রতি ইঞ্চিতে সঠিক থিকনেস ও সঠিক মাপ। তাই মাটির 1250 ফুট গভীরেও আরামে নিতে পারে প্রচন্ড চাপ। পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Oh, he's got that through. Predetermined. Took his chance. First ball of the over. I've seen he's looked to improvise against Akshar Patel, using angles, using different shots.
There's some pressure on the bowler straight away. There are two fielders there for that reverse sweep, but this one he's played finer. Straight away pressure on the bowler now. And he goes leg side. Akshar Patel, that's what he's looking to do. Trying to cramp him for room.
He's at a boundary of every first ball of his over so far in this spell. Off all 3 overs now. I wonder if it's a deliberate ploy by the West Indies batters to attack early in the over. Remember Shea Hope getting the boundary off him in the first one. Roston Chase in the second, and now Roston Chase again in the third. In the first over, however, it was backed up with a few dots. They need to now continue capital luxury against South Africa. They can't afford to waste what has been a good start, especially with no wickets lost in this situation.
You see the difference. Shai Hope looking offside. Roston Chase using both sides. Gets that front foot out and looks to use the angle and sweep it on the onside. You see Akshar's tactics of firing it in. Again, 2 for Shea Hope. Going nicely at the moment. Good to have wickets intact. They'd lost 7 against the South Africans for just 92.
Yes, going at about 8 runs and over. They've got 10 wickets in hand. They can really go hammer and tongs in the last maybe 8 overs or so. Look to score maybe 10, 12 runs and over, if not more, with wickets in hand.
Oh, good stop. Just getting his hands to it. Might have saved a couple of runs there. 8 gone, 6.
দেশের তৈরি ফ্যালকন এমএস পাইপ সঠিক মাত্রার কার্বন কম্বিনেশন বৃদ্ধি করে পাইপের ডাক্টিলিটি ও হেভি লোড নেয়ার ক্ষমতা। ফ্যালকন এমএস পাইপ, নির্ভরতার প্রতীক।
কি রে, ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
66 for no loss, and Varun Chakravarti into the attack. Now this will be interesting. He's the man who gets the breakthrough for India in the middle overs. It will be interesting to see the approach of both these batsmen against him. We've seen sides of late not allowing him to settle down early. Look to take him down the ground. Saw that with the South Africans.
Begins with one which is slightly quicker, almost 96 kilometers per hour. Not looking to pitch it up because that is where he's been taken straight away for runs.
The good thing is he knows this ground well, having played IPL cricket here for many years. Bowls alongside Sunil Narayan.
Looks like Roston Chase has set up on off stump for Chakravarti. Interesting to see how Chase especially plays him, because he's been taken down straight batted. But Roston's go-to shot always to sweep, whether he slog sweep or reverse sweep. But yes, we do have him here taking off stump. That back foot is on off stump. So he's blocking the 3 stumps from Chakravarti, not giving him something to aim toward, and it also takes him outside the off stump when he wants to sweep.
Just a hint of turn there for Chakravarti. That'll encourage him.
Bowled in right through his defence. It's not the first time he's struck in his first over. That gets the crowd going. The opening partnership being broken.
It was a quick delivery, almost 100 kilometers per hour. And the West Indies skipper looking to play across the line. Look at that, it's a quicker delivery, almost, yes, looking to play across the line, loses his middle stump. It was a shot that was perhaps just looking to work it away to the mid-wicket region. First wicket gone at 68, 32 to shy hope.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন
আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ আমেরিকান এএসটিএম স্ট্যান্ডার্ডে তৈরি আধুনিক যুগের আধুনিক পাইপ ফিটিংস এর সাথে জয়েন্ট হয় শক্ত ও মজবুত আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস
আবার বললেন কি হইব আরে মা বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে কি ভাই লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ
Shimron Hetmyer comes out to the middle. He's been having a good World Cup ever since promoted in the batting order to number 3. And he's here because the captain was dismissed a little while earlier. And a quicker delivery from Chakravarti, just going through his defence. It's cramped up for room. Yes, gripping the surface a little bit.
I feel this is a massive passage of play. Shimron Hetmyer, you could expect even a Jasprit Bumrah to come back for 1 over from the extent.
So a good start from Chakravarti, just 3 runs and a wicket, 69 for 1.
সিলভার টিপ কন্ট্যাক্টে তৈরি নিরাপদ ও নান্দনিক ক্লিক সুইচ নিশ্চিত করে 50,000 বারের অধিক অন অফ সুবিধা ক্লিক সুইচ নির্ভরতা জীবন জুড়ে
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম পোলার মন ভালো থাক
Always a good feeling to carry that trophy, always a proud moment, especially on a ground like this. One of the sponsors, Hyundai, CEO, Arun Garg.
Yeah, big passage of play. Hardik Pandya coming into the attack. They need the wicket of Shimron Hetmyer. Always easiest before you get started. But also looking at something else, Axar Patel is ball 3. They've got him in as quickly as they could. And you're thinking about that 4th over. If Hetmyer and Rutherford goes deep, he may not bowl again. So you're looking at a Shivam Dubey. And West Indies would have to pinpoint that over as an over. They have to get 20. He's gone at 19.5 in his Super 8 so far.
This game very much in the balance. India pulling things back in that last over, bringing that run rate down to below 8. They haven't given much away. I feel they're very much in it.
Yes, I think Chakravarti is going to be the key, because if he can get his length right, get those dot balls in, that'll make a huge difference.
Swings and clears the rope. What a shot early doors from Hetmyer.
Again, delivery that at a pace that he likes, 136 kilometers per hour in the slot. It's gone long. It has gone long. What you want to do is maybe take some pace off the deliveries. At that pace, if you bowl that slot ball, you are going to be taken for runs.
18 sixes for Hetmyer in this year's World Cup. He's been a revelation ever since he got the opportunity of batting at 3. Along with Saibzada Farhan, leading 6-hitter.
Austin Chase will be feeling a little cold, doesn't feeling like he hasn't batted for a while. A little fuller than a pulling length, so more of a swing, upward swing through the leg side more than a pull. But the pull is a shot that's been prolific for him. It's also a shot he's lost his wicket to a couple of occasions so far, especially against the quicker bowlers. Against South Africa last game, against England, Jamie Overton. So it is a strength, but it can be a weakness.
He's taking off pace there, Hardik Pandya. I think that's a good ploy on a surface like this. Got Bumrah doing it. And this is Roston Chase against pace. He likes the ball coming onto the bat. Tall man, don't mind hitting on the up. Choose the call. They settle for the single. So 10 of the over. After 10, in fact, one more ball to go. We've taken 10 of this over so far. What do you reckon? Happy with the score at the halfway stage, Carlos?
It's a little disappointed with Shea Hope not finding his feet as quickly as you'd want. You'd think that the man under pressure would be Roston Chase. He came with the blocks, played a few shots. Shea Hope at less than a run a ball in the power play. It was a little disappointing, but key to that was them not losing the wicket in the power play and setting a really good foundation. So I think I like 10 to 15 more runs, but happy nonetheless.
He'll have to bowl that again.
Hopefully there's no dew. You know, feel it with 7 o'clock games in most conditions. You are wanted to score 10, 15 runs for that dew factor. But if there is no dew, it should be even Stevens. I mean, no, instead of trying to get to 190, 195, that 182, that's about par, should be enough.
It hurts Hardik Pandya saying at the toss, it gets cooler and the pitch settles down in the second half. That's why he wanted to field first, as did, for that matter, Hope. Another wide. All roads were leading to the Eden Gardens today. Buzz around the city from last night itself. Always well supported. Always mentioned it's the people of Calcutta that make this a special ground. They come in numbers and their passion is there for everyone to see. That 40-45,000 people, even in a game between Scotland. So now, after 10, it's 82 for 1.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল এসডব্লিউআর পাইপই মাপে যা বলে তাই দেয়।
না দেখে ঠকবেন না। আরএফএল ছাড়া
আরএফএল
এসডব্লিউআর পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Varun Chakravarti into his second over. Wasn't as good as he would like against the South Africans. Came back a little bit more against Zimbabwe, but they'll be looking to make an impression on a ground that he knows very well. Hello to DK and to Samuel Badru. And now, if that's gone all the way, which I think it has, he has the lead all on his own for the most sixes in a single edition of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
He's the key here, Shimron Hetmyer. He's been an absolute spin destroyer. Through this World Cup, the spinners have struggled to bowl to him. And Varun needs to be very wary of the fact that he is extremely strong on the leg side. So try and avoid the leg spin as much and focus a lot more on the googlies. That's when you get the top edge. There we go. That was much, much better. He needs to have the courage to land the googly in the right length and almost tempt Hetmyer into playing that big shot. If you just see how he's gone about in this World Cup, have a look at most of his sixes, all on the leg side, in and around the mid-wicket, cow corner, and at times over deep square leg as well. That's how powerful he's been. Not so much over the offside. If I'm right, just 2 sixes. Another boundary here. We spoke about his strength on the leg side, but this one short and wide, cut away. The pressure on Varun Chakravarti here. He's erring on the shorter side, worried about the ball getting hit down the ground. He's got to pull up his length a little bit more.
Yeah, pressure. The psychological bandwidth of every player would be tested tonight with everything on the line. West Indies have set a wonderful platform. Maybe, as Carlos Brathwaite just mentioned, a few runs shy of perhaps where they wanted to be at the 10-over mark. But what an opportunity for acceleration now.
Minimum 100 runs, best strike rate. Fakir Shimron Hetmyer in third place. He weighted it well enough for 2. Very well run, very well weighted. 99 for 1, 11 gone.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
We know that the gaze of the cricketing world is right upon the Eden Gardens tonight, like those big lighting towers shining down on the protagonists. It is a win and you're into the semi-final for the respective teams. With the platform set and the depth of the West Indies batting, India need a breakthrough. And when you've got your guys below chase who's opening for the...
Shanti. প্রশান্তি। ক্লিক ফ্যানের অ্যারোডাইনামিক ডিজাইনের অ্যালুমিনিয়াম ব্লেড ও ডাবল শিল্ডেড বল বেয়ারিং নিঃশব্দে বাতাস ছড়ায় পুরো ঘর জুড়ে। ক্লিক ফ্যান, প্রশান্তির হাওয়া ছড়িয়ে যাবে সবখানে।
He's brought in with the sole purpose of getting Shimron Hetmyer here. If you've observed closely in this World Cup, he's been terrific against spin. He strikes at over 200, 205 to be precise, whereas just 147 and at an average of 19, whereas against the spinners he averages 144. So the main line of attack should be into his body. He should bowl over the wicket, on and around middle and leg stump. If the pitch had a lot more pace in it, I think the hard length would have been a great ball with mid-wicket in, but this pitch is slightly slow, so he needs to go for that proper bouncer on and around the helmet and then back it up with a slow one. He needs to try and get Shimron Hetmyer's wicket here. It's so key for India.
Good running again. And I think we talk so much and focus so much on six hitting and boundaries, we forget that in between the boundary balls over sixes, there needs to be some running taking place.
Yeah, and he's done that wonderfully well this tournament, Shimron Hetmyer. Leaner, fitter, stronger, faster. And he's punctuated the boundary hitting, as you so rightly mentioned, with those ones and twos. Now they've been measured in the first 10. The second 10, they've got to be ruthless. Try to get upwards of 200. Crucial and pivotal moment in the match now.
Finger goes up and the matchup works. He reviews it straight away, Shimron Hetmyer.
Have a play review for caught behind, bowler's feet checked, fair delivery. I'm looking at split screen now. Can you roll that through, please? Okay. I'm going to need to see Ultra Edge when available, please. It's waiting on Ultra Edge. Ultra Edge coming through now. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through. Take it right back, please. Right back there. We have a clear spike with the ball on the bat. Clear spike. Going to go back to Chris on field to stay with his original decision of out. Your on-screen signal now.
That's a huge moment in this game. India has got an important wicket. Eden Gardens is ecstatic. Bumrah strikes again. The most important wicket probably in this phase of play. The short ball on middle and leg doing the trick. Hard length, to be fair. A bit of surprise in Hetmyer's face and the coach's face, but the fact is that he's got to go. Bumrah strikes in a virtual quarter-final against the most important batter who could take on the spinners. Hetmyer goes for 27. West Indies 102 for 2.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল এসডব্লিউআর পাইপি মাপে যা বলে তাই দেয়।
না দেখে ঠকবেন না। আরএফএল ছাড়া
কিনবেন না।
এসডব্লিউআর পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
পাইপের বস, না কিনলে লস।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
Averaging over 80 so far in this World Cup. Shofin Rutherford was good, averaging over 40 in the previous edition in the Caribbean in 2024. He's been in very good form. They haven't spoken a lot about him, but he found very good touch in Africa, in South Africa, in the last couple of months. And we're hoping that tonight he can stave off Jasprit Bumrah, difference maker.
He's had probably his best 3 to 4 months of his life as a batter. He's played in various situations and been successful almost every time he's walked out to bat. Recently in Ranji Trophy, Ankit Nabi took Jammu Kashmir to victory single-handedly. Shofin Rutherford single-handedly took Pretoria Capitals to the final in that tournament.
Off the mark straight away, quite deliberate from Darren Sammy and the West Indies to keep that right-left combination out in the middle. Yeah, change up much faster than the previous two deliveries. Rushed him on Hetmyer. A little bit of bat, maybe a little bit of inner thigh, outside portion as well. But there is that spike, bottom edge, and success for Bumrah. What a phenomenal player he has been.
Easily taken. Two in the over for Jasprit Bumrah. He is a difference maker wherever he plays.
They dropped an absolute sitter off his bowling in the power play. But Bumrah didn't flinch. He's come back in the second over and got the wicket. Yet again, he strikes for the second time in same over. Roshan Chase not picking that slow one. Good catch by Surya Kumar. It covers yet again. India on the march now. They wanted wickets. They've got two in this over. And who is the recurrent chief? Guess what? Yet again, it's Jasprit Bumrah. And he is pumped up. And so is Eden Gardens.
One or 3 for 3.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ঝর্ণার মতো স্নিগ্ধ, ছবির মতো সুন্দর। RFL বাথরুম ফিটিংস, অভিজাত ও দীর্ঘস্থায়ী।
সর্বাধুনিক সিপিভিসি ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে তৈরি আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস 93 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস পর্যন্ত গরম পানি সহ্য করতে পারে। আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Coming in, it's coming a little bit earlier in the previous games, both times within the power play. Stage entry point. Today, Jasprit Bumrah now has equal Arshdeep Singh for the most wickets in T20 World Cups for India. Absolutely outstanding over. 103 for 3.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
These are the big changes as a captain. Surya Kumar Yadav must have been thinking, who does he go to? Shall he stick to Varun to go for that wicket again off a Rutherford, which will be very critical. But he's gone to Akshar Patel, and has he got the wicket? No! Spilt over, Tilak Verma, deep mid-wicket. Parrying one into the boundary. Another catch dropped, you'd have to say.
Now we've seen catches like these being taken in the deep. He was always running towards the boundary, not all the way back on the boundary ropes. So he was on the move and it slips through the fingers all the way for 6.
Running. Wondering now the awareness of the two batters at the crease with the excellent Jasprit Bumrah over where 2 wickets were taken. A third could have gone down in the last over and a half. Wasn't to be. How do they construct this middle passage with the depth in batting?
Very interesting, Bish. If you observe Surya carefully, he's been slightly cautious than aggressive. For example, when Hetmyer came in early, he didn't bring Bumrah on. He brought Hardik on for that over, even though the matchup stated that. And now after a double wicket over, you could have thought Varun Chakravarti with a slip in, try and challenge them, but he's gone to Akshar to finish his quota because both the batters are new at the crease. In all fairness to him, he did create an opportunity. Tilak Verma should have been taking that. Didn't judge it at the end.
Yeah, they've dropped quite a few catches in this tournament, India.
The other point to your argument is Hetmyer Powell against that sort of mystery bowling. Sometimes he dominates it, sometimes he doesn't. People with wrist spinners always bring it on when he comes in. But it's a fascinating contest. It is ongoing. 1-1-3 for 3.
কিরে ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
India right down the bottom of the Super 8 teams as far as catching is concerned, so there'll be some work to do. Varun Chakravarti, though, is back on. No slip. They'll have a discussion. Sky will have a discussion. No better man than Sanju Samson behind the stumps. Yeah, they go for it.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Bowler's feet checked. Looking at split screen now. If you can roll that right through, please. It looks like there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Let's just confirm with Ultradge, please, to make sure. Roll Ultradge, please. Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling right through. Thank you. Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please. Ball tracking coming now. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Chris, stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
Chris Gaffney reluctantly having to make his signal. This is a key battle. Chakravarti, Hetmyer Powell.
He has to be looking for that one that comes back in. Practicing a little bit earlier on. Hasn't had the best of times in the Super 8. And so just wants to get his confidence levels back up. It's a feel thing, isn't it? Got the wicket quite early on of She Hope.
You can see what Rutherford is trying to do here. He doesn't want to do anything silly against Chakravarti. Surya in this situation realizing he can attack because he's brought a fielder from the offside in the inner ring as mid-wicket now. So he's going to tell Hetmyer Powell it's not going to be that easy to take the single down the ground. Just a couple more deliveries to go. I wish Surya keeps a slip here. Just attack a little bit, even if it's for 1 or 2 deliveries. Just create that doubt. Fairfield doesn't play the reverse sweep, so you don't need to be that worried about that shot.
Has to be convinced about that. Is it Surya himself or is the reluctance of the ball?
I think you got to give the option to the bowler. As long as he's comfortable, it's good to go.
You can understand a little bit of caution here now from a West Indian standpoint, having lost those couple wickets a couple overs ago. And so these two just trying to find the rhythm of the bowlers and the surface. They know how dangerous they can be in the last few overs, just take your minds a couple games ago against South Africa.
Just one this time, but an economical over. 6 off it, 119 for 3, 6 overs to go. And time for all of us and all of them to take a breath. Drinks.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
বাবা এত এনার্জি কই পাও?
এই পাওয়ার চুমুকে অ্যাকশন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। পিৎজা বার, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়। ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাটা চেলি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ সব ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জংমুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিন ট্যাপ। ফিটিংস শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি।
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে কেমনে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ইফতারে আজ একসাথে মেতে উঠি আমের সাথে। আজ সবার হাতে হাতে মেতে উঠি ফ্রুটোর সাথে।
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
West Indies will be hoping to get somewhere closer to 191. That's what they hope. But India, of course, have a couple of overs from Ashdeep remaining. A couple from Jasprit Bumrah. And the nation's eyes and a full house gazing down upon this contest. Three deep fielders leg side, deep point or cover point and a long off. No one deep behind the bat either side.
Samson gleefully accepts it. Now that is again such an important wicket in the context of the form that Sherfane Rutherford is in. And we know what he can do at the back end of an innings. But it's not to be. West Indies losing quite a few wickets through the middle. Sherfane Rutherford the last to go, 14. West Indies 119 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
কি রে ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
JioHotstar comes to the crease, 49 in the previous game against South Africa. He's been in good touch with the bat. And for him, there is a fine leg, there is a deep square and a long on and a deep third.
Knowing Hardik Pandya, bouncer could very much be around the corner here.
Terrific length, test match length.
Yeah, first ball of the over, he got the wicket.
He's using the conditions quite nicely, Hardik Pandya. Seam up delivery and just nibbles at it, JioHotstar. He's coming to this contest
full of form, full of confidence. And so it's another important part of the game. We keep saying that. That's just the nature of this contest. So evenly matched. Just look at that view. What a spectacle.
Just after drinks break, first ball, Shafin Rathapur trying to get that gap between keeper and short third on the pitch which has bounced the most in this World Cup so far. Getting that fine little edge, he would be so disappointed. Such a key part of what West Indies do at the back end of our innings. Hardik Pandya gets another important wicket.
I'll repeat what I've been saying all along, and this is my view. I speak for no one else. Wicket taking important, we'll come back to it.
A few balls ago, there was a bit of doubt. JioHotstar's first ball, Surya was talking to the keeper and the point fielder, asking, did he probably nick it? They ended up not going for the DRS, and makes sense. But this is going to pull back so much. India is going to pull West Indies back from being 190 to probably 170 just through this wicket-taking phase in these last 3 overs, picking up 3.
I think my big thing is that we keep talking about, and rightly so, there's depth in batting in the top 5-6 teams in the world. Great depth, great power across. You look at England, West Indies, New Zealand. And therefore, I believe that the bowling group, the best bowling group, whoever that is, will be the decisive factor in this World Cup, because the batting and the sixth thing is a given. Depth in batting, a given. So who bowls best? Who can get key overs and wicket taking in the first phase, second phase, third phase? We'll look back perhaps in a week and be able to determine that. Nonchalantly done. There is that six-hitting power and that boundary hitting. 1, 2, 5 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
So India pulling things back with a few wickets. See there, always the case when wickets fall. Once again, a wicket falling straight away after the break. Arshdeep Singh being brought back. Four dot balls for Jason Holder, and then what a shot to play to get off the mark. 4 dots and then 1 pitched up. Lovely flow of the blade.
Yeah, and I think worth noting there as well, Ravi Shastri, is just there was an on-pace delivery. Been a lot of success here this evening. In fact, there's been 14 balls that have been slower deliveries in this match so far. They've gone for 11 runs, Sonny, and they've taken 2 wickets. So clearly the strategy here in the final 5 in this acceleration phase is to get into that wicket, which is a little sluggish.
And even that drop catch of Shai Hope, that was a slower delivery, would have been 3 wickets.
Yes, but I think in that over, there were 5 deliveries of pace by Hardik Pandya. He got a wicket with a pace delivery. Then again, next 4 dot balls. So there were 5 dot balls in the over. And then I think Jason Holder read. This is the wicket of the skipper. And then this is the catch. And then this one again, the slower delivery. Superb catch by the Indian captain. And then looking to nudge the ball through the slips. Waken slips and gets a wicket. 4 down.
He's not timed it, but will land safely. You can see that's the thing with the West Indies. There'll be a few dots, but then the big shots will be attempted. So as a bowler or as a fielding side, it always gives you a chance. You've got to be aware, especially the outfield where you're standing. Got to be right on the boundary.
That one catch of Tilak Varma. He was probably, 5 or 6 yards in off the boundary. The thing about the West Indies, Sonny, is that they are just supreme athletes. When it comes to just pure athletic ability, they dominate the world stage. So once that actually gets into a mind of a power athlete, they just pound the ball. You saw how easy big Jason Holder just put that ball down the ground. Superb athletes.
Oh, that was quick. It's bounced. It's bounced over the keeper. Wide signal.
And they'll have to just really watch themselves here, because I mentioned supreme athletic ability, but India have got that intellectual property that'll get them through these final few overs. Their last 30 balls has gone for 41, and they've taken 3 wickets, Rav. That means that they are all over this match. You can't afford to let the West Indies get into this contest at all here.
Yes, and not by bowling such kind of deliveries. I think he was looking to get the ball up near the shoulders, but a little too quick.
Oh, that's huge. That's the biggest of the match so far. Don't bother looking. It's way back into the crowd. My word, that sound would have been heard in Howrah Bridge.
It's almost like the batter saying, hello, you bowled me a bouncer. You made me duck. Now let me show you what I can do. You pitch it up and oh my God, that is massive. This is, look at that. The angle as well. Left hand round the wicket, angling the ball into that arc, and it's gone the distance.
Watches it disappear into that night sky. It's a brute force view.
The other thing is, I don't think it's 200 wicket. I think a pass score is going to be a little lesser than that. Thinking in that sort of 180 zone's a very good total on this wicket.
Good catch this from the captain.
Yeah, great athletic ability. Look at that. Times his jump. Slower ball completely deceived Roston Chase, who was batting nicely on 40 at the time off 25 deliveries, and that's superb match awareness from the captain.
He's also landing the way that he did. on the back of the palm. A lot of times you land with the ball touching the turf.
Oh, what a shot that is. My word. This is magnificent cricket. Just a flick of the wrist and it's disappeared over square leg. Two fabulous shots in this over.
Once again, a pace delivery, 134 kilometers per hour on the pads, and he just flicks it away. 6 wide 6.
Yeah, that wide, that's the one that we were concerned about immediately up here. It was almost just like that little pressure release here. The West Indies were getting strangled. Now there's this momentum.
Oh, that's deft touch. This is quality batting. It's not preempted or premeditated. 24 of the over. It's 149 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
24 runs coming in that last over. Suddenly, West Indies are propelled to 149 for 4. You mentioned endorse kind of track, somewhere around 180, 190. A good score, and don't forget, it's a knockout. It's a quarter-final, so that adds to the pressure in many ways. Oh, lucky there. That could have so easily gone back onto the stumps.
Yeah, that was a real blip. Been brilliant in the last 5 overs, India, but 24, and this is a shot of note too. Is look how closely he's watching that ball. He's not only got the power, but his eyes go straight onto his bat. It's a wonderful display of hitting.
You can see he's in the mood now. He's hit more sixes than any other West Indian in T20 cricket. Nicholas Purran had 149. Devin Lewis 136. 156s now for Robman Powell.
Yes, he likes the taste, he likes the feeling. He's going to look for more.
That's high. It's long. It lands once again over the fence. And the reach that he has. And he's got that away square. Oh, good stop by Rinku Singh. No, Ishan Kishan, I beg your pardon. They're really moving along now. This partnership so quickly. 40 of 17. How quickly things can change in T20 cricket.
Oh, yeah. And look, that's why we got asked, in the build-up to this match, which was massive, where you were thinking your heart was lying, and it was such a difficult and tricky question to answer because the West Indies are capable of exactly this, Ravi. They can come out and just crush deliveries, normal good deliveries for 4 or 6.
That's hit straight back. He's not bothering to run. Stand and deliver. Tall man, he likes to go down the ground. You know what another tall man did here in a World Cup final in 2016?
So once again, it's the ball in the slot, and he's bowling at 101 kilometers per hour. That's the pace that you want when you're looking to go over the top. And then there's one man waiting in the wings as well, Romario Shepherd. Not a very good prospect if you're a bowler.
What about that partnership between Shepherd and Holder the other day? That's exactly what I was talking about.
Gets away with it. He thought Holder had moved. 14 of the over, 163 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি।
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে কেমনে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে বাজার।
So going the last 2 overs, you can see the jump in the run rate. So big over this, as it always is with Bumrah back in the attack. He still has 2 overs to go, and that can be crucial in these circumstances. It's flicked away. Yes, no, in the end, settle for the single, the right call. Would have been an awful mix-up there.
So, Hardik Pandya very, very quick. And despite the fact that the ball had gone towards the practice pitches, he moves very quickly. Does Hardik Pandya has a good arm as well, throwing arm.
You mentioned change of pace. He's the one man who's done that on a regular basis. He's kept the batsman guessing, Bumrah. That change of pace. That's in the air, in the gap as well. One bounce over the rope. Now using his height to good advantage there. He's a tall man, 6'7"
Almost like a tennis overhead smash. Wasn't happy he wanted to get that wide up. Talked about just with Bumrah and the subtle variations. See how he takes space up at 170, 180, 136, 133. Then the slow one flips across the chase. With all his experience and skill into play. The single, took it over in the circumstances. He came in match to fine bowler, Jasprit Bumrah. You saw by that over just his bag of tricks there. Firstly, put a big set of bunny ears on Shimon Hetmyer. 6 times he's got him out, he just finds a way to penetrate. And his off-pace delivery there on the break that's set on 40, that just shows you how good that off-pace delivery is as well. There is anticipating that he wasn't brought on straight away when Hetmyer came in. Any over under 10 in these circumstances, you would say is an over in this stage. 8 of the first 5 balls. That was a huge little injection that the West Indies required. They can somehow manage to not bleed another wicket here. Could be big in the next couple of overs for them. Well, that's not true. Chakravarti coming and then Nick down on it. So boundary to any over 12 off it, 175 for 4. বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন। আইপিএল ইন্টারভিউ পাইনি তবে যাবলের বাইরে না দেখে ঠকবেন না। তাহলে ছাড়া কিভাবে আমরা ইলেকট্রিক বিল পাইপের ফিটিংস বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন। আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জগমুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিং ট্যাপ। ফিটিং শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন। Ball should go now. With this team would be calculating an inch-wide ball if he can get 4 sixes. Get close to 190 and then get some runs on the other ball, get past 200 in a pressure match. Here's Ashley. He's hit it down the ground. And settling just for the single. And then he thought it might be going into the fence. Boundaries from this partnership. Jason Holder and Powell, they've been going everywhere. Onside flicks. That was a wonderful demonstration of staying on the ball, and then the power, goodness me, just muscled down the ground. Seven off 26, what a wonderful little rearguard partnership this is. Can they go big? Edge. To reach home for it, it was over the reach of Samson as well. This is the slower one, he's born. They're put up in a fabulous statue for that being taken. And this is what he needs to do. He needs to take a little bit of pace off. He's boarding at mid-130s. He's just the ideal pace. But rather looking to hit the sixes. 10 deliveries left now. And angle was good too, trying to take it away from his hitting mark. Watson should be taken. Powerful down. Again, it's Abhishek Sharma. He was slow to react. The young man's had a lot of it tonight in the field. Drop one early. Look at the face of Holder. You can't believe it. Robin Powell providing some gifts for this combination. Whether they'll be able to capitalise on or not is going to be now the key for the West Indies. No control, makes good movement to the ball and then shells it. Also good. What sort of form is that? Has to be some action there. Even wide because it just moved into the cross. It's good for Ashley. He's holding his nerve in this over. He's sticking to a line, keeping it away from the two right-handers. Coming up in the very good punches. Yeah, that's a batting ball as well. West Indies some spin to test it here with.
Won't mind that. He's kept the ball away from the boundary in this over, which he would take at any stage. Just 5 runs conceded. Can he finish this over off? 1 ball left. Be an excellent over.
Certainly has been. previous over being taken for 24. This is a very good comeback by Arshdeep. Bowled it wide around the off stump, angled it away. And although he's bowled at that pace where the batters like, because of the angle that he's used, this has turned out to be so far a good over. Can he finish well?
Excellent from Arshdeep Singh. And even the crowd knows it. A big hand, just 6 runs off that over. It's 181 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
বাবা, এত এনার্জি কই পাও?
এই পাওয়ার চুমুকে অ্যাকশন।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল ক্লাস 5 নিশ্চিত করে প্রতি ইঞ্চিতে সঠিক থিকনেস ও সঠিক মাপ। তাই মাটির 1250 ফুট গভীরেও আরামে নিতে পারে প্রচন্ড চাপ। পাইপের বস, না কিনলে লস।
See some real stars to watch out for in that second half of the game. Final over, Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, that's swung and swung long. Good start to the over for the West Indies. The big tall man getting one in his arc.
Tried to bowl the slower delivery, but it wasn't exactly the slowest. About 124 kilometers per hour in the slot as well. And
Previous over was brilliant because it took everything and every option out of the West Indies hand by getting outside the arc. As soon as you get inside the arc with these powerful hitters, it's trouble. Even the slower one. At this stage, they're only thinking boundaries. They're thinking maximums.
That's good bowling. It's one of his strengths, the Yorker, which could be handy with 2 players like this who like to hit down the ground, get under the ball, get some elevation.
So in the previous over, he had bowled a lot of deliveries this length, and that's what he wants to do. Yes, the last ball of the previous over was angled at the pads, same length, went for a boundary, but this is the length, almost under the bat. That is what he wants to bowl the remaining 4 deliveries.
Brilliant. We'll get 2. And on the money, Bumrah.
Yes, and these longer legs of the West Indians. The second run was easily taken, but look at it. This is the delivery that he needs to bowl. Absolutely terrific. Right under the bat, big back left.
Yeah, he's the best in the business. We'll get out of this over here. Already a formidable total, folks. 190 in a knockout game with scoreboard pressure. Don't go anywhere. We've already seen a magic game last night in Sri Lanka. This is going to be special.
Oh, that's beautifully played. Yes, missing it by not much. Good enough for Powell to power it through the onside.
Missed the hole. Look at this, just absolutely crucified through the onside. Meaty. Long on, couldn't have moved Hardik Pandya more than 3 metres here. That's how quickly across the surface. In fact, he didn't even try. He knew that that was a boundary immediately.
Excellent. He's firing away the Yorkers. India not been at their best in the field today. Sloppy stuff. Opportunities there. Some catches that had to be taken.
Yeah, they all matter, don't they? 3 catches, 3 drops, that efficiency right down. That's where they've been so good, this Indian team. Improvements over the years in this space in particular has been brilliant. defensive efforts in the field. They all matter. Shutting down these power hitters.
Just an alteration in the field. Square leg comes near the umpire. Fine leg drops back. So will there be a change in length? Or it's the bluff? Or is it the bluff from Bumrah? Still go for the Yorker. He does. And a good finish. But still 14 of the over. And this is going to be one hell of a chase. So it's competitive. I might not say it's match winning, but it definitely is a competitive match, a competitive score in a knockout game. 195 for 4, the West Indies finish after 20.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাটে চেলি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে। জিরো হবে নতুন ফিলে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, ম্যাচে প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Of the T20 World Cup, they were in those sort of 8 runs and over, 8.5. Now they're in a 9.5 run phase, so no problems with the dismissal. Maybe the bat they thought potentially was raised off the ground, but all in all, runs on the board. It'll be a very, very good run chase to see.
And if you see Hetmyer, last 5 overs, they got 70. So it was a comeback in many ways after they lost wickets in the middle there. Good start, then wickets falling, and then a good recovery with Powell and Holder powering them to 195 for 4. You'd imagine they'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Last 30 balls, none for 70. And it was that expensive over of Arshdeep Singh's that's taken him out to an economy of just almost 11 runs and over. Hardik as well, expensive. Vaxar was good in terms of economy. And Varun there as well was expensive. The mystery spinner has been met this evening.
So that's how the West Indies innings progressed. Good start, but the real run started coming after the 15th over. You can see as many as 75 runs coming. So let's go down now to Samuel Badri.
Rovman Powell, give us an idea of the atmosphere out in the middle and that first inning score.
Yeah, it's electrifying. You know, it's a full house, a big game against India here in Calcutta. You know, but I think it's a good total. You know, but if we should be honest with ourselves, it's a very good wicket. So we would like 15 or 10, 15 more runs.
And take us into your own mind, 34 of 19, your thought processes as you constructed your innings.
I think it was just a case of getting through the spinners, not really getting through the spinners with that ball, but actually attacking the spinners. You know, it's a small ground, so I trust my power to, if I get even a piece of it, I can clear the boundary, you know. But it's good to get some runs. It's good to put the team in a position where we actually can fight.
And I should tell you, congratulations. You've just broached 156s, the most by a West Indian in T20 International. A good record, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's a good record. You know, it goes to show the longevity and the hard work and the dedication that I've given to West Indies cricket over the last few years.
Congratulations on the first half. All the best in the second.
Thanks a lot, Bash.
Yes, he did play very well. 34 from 19, 156s for him. But this is what India need when they come out. They need to get 196 runs. Remember, this is a knockout match. They've got their full 20 overs to get it.
This is our year.
The final game of this Super 8 round. Group 1. Nice.
Oh, that's a terrific strike. Bowled in.
Another boundary here.
2 in the over for Jasprit Bumrah. Strikes first ball.
That's the biggest of the match so far.
It's
great to be connected on a plane, but not all the time.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আবার বললেন কি হইব? আরে মা, বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে। কি ভাই, লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই? আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই। রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ।
ইফতারে আজ একসাথে মেতে উঠি আমের সাথে, আজ সবার হাতে হাতে মেতে উঠি ফ্রুটোর সাথে।
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
কিরে ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে
শান্তি, প্রশান্তি।
ক্লিক ফ্যানের অ্যারোডাইনামিক ডিজাইনের অ্যালুমিনিয়াম ব্লেড ও ডাবল শিল্ডেড বল বেয়ারিং নিঃশব্দে বাতাস ছড়ায় পুরো ঘর জুড়ে। ক্লিক ফ্যান, প্রশান্তির হাওয়া ছড়িয়ে যাবে সবখানে।
ক্লিক লাইটে আলো বেশি।
ক্লিক লাইটের প্রতি ওয়াটে সঠিক লুমেন দেয় সবচেয়ে বেশি উজ্জ্বল আলো। সম্পূর্ণ ফ্লিকার ফ্রি হওয়ায় চোখের জন্য ভালো। ক্লিক এলইডি, সবচেয়ে বেশি উজ্জ্বল আলো।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে
দেশের তৈরি ফ্যালকন এমএস পাইপ।
সঠিক মাত্রার কার্বন কম্বিনেশন বৃদ্ধি করে পাইপের ডাক্টিলিটি ও হেভি লোড নেয়ার ক্ষমতা। ফ্যালকন এমএস পাইপ, নির্ভরতার প্রতীক।
ইফতারে আজ একসাথে মেতে উঠি আমের সাথে, আজ সবার হাতে হাতে মেতে উঠি ফ্রুটোর সাথে।
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
আরএফএল ক্লাস পাইপ নিশ্চিত করে প্রতি ইঞ্চিতে সঠিক থিকনেস ও সঠিক মাপ। তাই মাটির 1250 ফুট গভীরেও আরামে নিতে পারে প্রচন্ড চাপ। পাইপের বস, না কিনলে লস।
Here in Kolkata and Eden Gardens once again, round 0. Center point for this battle between India and the West Indies. JioHotstar and Surya Kumar Yadav going head to head a little bit earlier in the evening. India won the toss, elected to bowl first, and the West Indies have managed to put 195 for 4 on the board. 32 to JioHotstar at less than a run a ball. Ruston Chase opening the batting for the first time, got 40, but it was Powell and Holder towards the back end that powered the ball to all parts after Jasprit Bumrah got 2 wickets in an over. It was followed by Hardik Pandya's success. And that partnership of 76 for the 5th wicket was outstanding in the way they powered the ball, took on all the bowlers that came at them. 24th, and Ashdeep over towards the back end. And so it means, just a reminder if you needed it, that the winner of this game takes the final place in the semi-finals of this ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2026. 2 wickets in that over to Jasprit Bumrah. Our own a little expensive, and so too Hardik Pandya, as well as Ashdeep. So India need 196 from their 20 overs. The asking rate is nigh on 10 and over. Dinesh Karthik and Carlos Brathwaite here with me. They weren't PK at their very best in the field, to be fair.
For sure. They are the lowest in terms of percentage of drop catches in this World Cup, in the top 8 teams. It tells you a lot. Today has, again, not been a great day for them. A couple of catches dropped by Abhishek. A run-out opportunity, but all that is done. They have the bat in hand. They need to make 196. Let's not forget, in Mumbai, many a moon ago, India scored 192 and West Indies chased it down. On that night, there was a lot of dew to work with for the Indian bowlers. The big question is not whether the pitch is going to change, but whether there is some dew on this outfield. They've put those anti-dew sprays, so that should have some sort of effect, but we need to wait and watch. It's a tall score. Dew would help for India. If not, West Indies definitely will back their bowling to try and trouble India here.
So Carlos Brathwaite, over to you, and you are part of history that will never be forgotten at this ground. Did the West Indies have a bad day in the field with the ball against South Africa? And will tonight be a night where we will see who they truly become? Because the bowling coming into the tournament needed improvement. We saw that in the initial stages, and then against South Africa, not great. What are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, I think South Africa, the powerhouses, they are how docile the track was. And without any real wicket-taking options, it was difficult once they got a head of steam for West Indies to pull it back. Also with a subpar total. However, with 20 runs or so extra tonight, with the added impetus of Akeal Hossain and the extra option, I think they have a little bit more in the tank now. I think they have a few more options, and they'll be buoyed by the way that they've played. To give them 190 as a little bit more cushion. They're chasing, defending 117 to get off to a rollicking start. You feel as though you need to get wickets every over. At least with 190, you can try to quell the flow of runs and get a couple short, small overs and then go on the hunt again. So I think they'll love this little 20-run buffer as a difference between tonight and against South Africa.
Eyes on Abhishek Sharma, half-century in the previous game against Zimbabwe. 3 straight ducks to start the tournament. But will we have a narrative at the end of this contest? Form being temporary, but class being permanent. What do you make, Dinesh Karthik, of what you saw in that last game with Abhishek? Where is he right now in his batting?
A lot more confident than what he was probably before the Zimbabwe game. But that means a very little, considering the context of this game. Again, he's got to start from a knot and make sure he puts that pressure in the power play. Now, they're going to start with Akeal Hossain. So a left-arm spinner is who he's going to be facing first up. And we know how good he can be against left-arm spin. But it's the off-spinner that's troubled Abhishek Sharma so far. It'll be interesting to see which way Shea Hope goes in the second over. But for now, it's going to be Akeal Hossain, who didn't play the last game, who will want to make a mark himself in this game. He knows he needs to have played last game, but he'll come here with a vengeance. The ball was dropping quite nicely when he bowled against Zimbabwe. Can he get that drop tonight? Can he get Abhishek to play a false shot? On the other hand, I can tell you there are 68,000 people here wanting those big hits coming their way.
Minus about 10 West Indians in the crowd. I wonder when the arm ball, how he uses his arm ball with the slip-in position against Abhishek. The two deep fielders are a deep forward square and long on, so he can't give room outside the off stump. But the arm ball is a big part of his armory. Looks like a grip for the arm ball there as well.
Yeah, that field tells me it's going to be straight, potentially even starting outside leg and swinging back onto the stump. The straighter you are, the more behind square you want your fielder. So if it's going to be outside off stump, you have the mid-wicket with him employing the square leg. I think you can expect to be straight and swinging away.
You can't give him that. You cannot give him that length, nor that angle, and Abhishek is away.
He loves hitting over the offside, and he does love hitting boundaries. And he started off with one. That's a gift from Akeal Hussain. Slower, just outside off. All the fielders in the inner ring. On the offside, up in, making it a very easy shot. Now he'll be ready for the one that's probably in middle and leg. You can almost wait for him to launch it over mid-on or give himself a little bit of room.
Slip came out, just remember that. The slip came out after that boundary into the offside. It's a packed ring.
What I want to see Akeal Hussain force Abhishek Sharma is give himself some room. That would tell you that there's been a couple balls grouped close enough to him.
So far, there's been only the arm ball going. Almost all 4 balls have been just from outside the leg stump. He's trying not to give the batter any room, but he's only bowled arm balls. He's not trusting his slower one yet.
One more to end the over. Can Hussain close out the over? Just 4 off it so far. Abhishek is hunting another boundary. Yeah, very good. Good from Akeal Hussain. 5 without loss.
আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ সব ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জং মুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিন ট্যাপ। ফিটিংস শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
When we came into the ground, the crowd was packing in DK Carlos, and you could feel the tension palpable. You mentioned 2016 at the Wankhede. India got to 192, West Indies 193. Lendl Simmons was brilliant. Then Carlos, you were there. Matthew Ford. Miss hit it, didn't time it, but he'll get 4. Onto the practice wickets on Nerban. Dragged it down.
Yeah, that pace, meat and drinks for Abhishek. Didn't quite get it high enough. 76 miles an hour. It still felt as though he rushed him a little. Still hit fairly high on the sticker, but just enough to get it over the inner ring. This is the jeopardy with the power play. That could have easily spooned to long on if the field was back.
Deep extra cover in play. Wide. I think it might have been against the USA. Right of your screen there. That man, he's not on square, left, right of the screen. He's an extra cover. Something that USA executed. Then the other fielder is at a deep square leg. Slip is in.
Having watched Abhishek Sharma so closely, his biggest strength was to attack so early in the over and go after them in the power play. You can see what a few failures can do. You almost just take a back seat and you're hoping you get a couple of boundaries, probably a little bit of runs, and then you get into that 6th gear mode. But what he was so special, or rather what was so special about him, is how quickly he got off the blocks, which in the last 2 games you can understand why.
There should be a concussion check here now. It's a top edge into the helmet, and it is routine now for there to be a concussion check.
Yeah, a little bit more sizz on that from Matthew Ford earlier. The over to the sticker this time, didn't you? hitting the top edge. I think Matthew Ford, it looks as though he wants to go length and try to tuck Abhishek Sharma up, and in between he's going wide with his away swing. I think his wicket delivery is trying to bring that ball back into Abhishek, but forcing him to either sit back for the pull or go over to the offside for the cut. I don't think that's the wicket delivery. I think the wicket delivery is that outswinger to the right hand he's been working on to bring Abhishek Sharma over the stumps and then bowl it straight at the stump. But he has to be absolutely perfect. There's two boundaries in the over, and all of a sudden that aggressive delivery goes out of play and you're trying to get out of the over.
The ground staffs have been very good this World Cup. They've left just enough in the pitch. The pitches have not been homogeneous in nature, and some good batting ones and something in it for the bowlers. He's okay, Abhishek, and my mind runs on Sanju Samson. I spoke to him in an interview before the start of play, and he said quick starts, with his experience, quick starts for the team with all their batting depth is what he's about. He'll get his chance.
Bowling to Abhishek Sharma. The normal channel is where he is most aggressive. He can absolutely take you down if you're anywhere there. That's what he did in the first over. Akhil Hussain got one there and he put it away quite nicely. But credit to Akhil, he's come back quite nicely in the over, didn't give away anything after that, just a single. You're always taking a 5-run over at the start to Abhishek Sharma. This is a contest here. Sanju Samson, again, someone who looks to be aggressive in the power play.
Very good. That's a length that Matthew Ford has bowled consistently in the power play, I would say in the last 3 months.
Yeah, it was good about his evolution as a bowler. Is that normally you think prodigious in-swing bowlers, they have to chuck the ball up there on a fullish length where if it doesn't swing they get drive or driven. But Matthew Ford, what he's been so good at, he's able to pull the length back, and if it doesn't swing in the air, it's still prodigious movement off the seam. So he still has that lateral movement, whether air or off the pitch, and he's still a threat, but from more back of a length, which gives him a little bit more margin for error.
Two feelers out there for that in-swing. 2 overs gone, 12 without loss.
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
সর্বাধুনিক সিপিভিসি ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে তৈরি আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস 93 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস পর্যন্ত গরম পানি সহ্য করতে পারে। আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
Abhishek, when he's in form, will look to go hard from ball 1 or the first over. He'll see. This time it's Sanju Samson, one of the strong areas for Sanju.
I love sitting on the back foot and going over mid-on or mid-wicket. Good player of spin.
He invited Akhil Hussain to bowl up the stumps by stepping away to leg early and won that mini battle.
So far, Sanju's played 3 balls. The first one he walked in, the second one he went back, this one he's backed away. So he's constantly getting the bowlers to guess as to what he is doing. Not a bad ball from Akhil Hussain, but he's not reacted well enough to what Sanju has done there. That's why bowling to Sanju in the power play can be a challenge. An extra fielder comes there.
That's all the way for 6. They will cheer, they will jump in the stands.
Samson on the move. This one just on middle and leg, playing the sweep quite nicely here. He's put Akhil Hussain under pressure. First couple of balls gone for a couple of boundaries. Exactly what India wanted. You have a look at how he lines up in the stands as the bowler is running in. He keeps making so many small little movements. His hands go up and down. Both his legs just almost go on the toes and come back on the heels. He has all these small fidgety things that he does. And then he launches into one. It's something he's learned. And every time he does it, you can almost expect an attacking shot actually.
In front of square this time, he sits back, and this is what he says he's about: a quick start for his team, regardless of whether he goes big or not.
He called it the dancing feet from heel to toe and then rocking back. Full leather, the blade, delight for the Indian fans. This is the start that they wanted. Akhil Hussain neutralized almost in the second over.
Now this is what the injection of Sanju Samson has done to this opening partnership. Abhishek has actually not gotten off to a flyer, but Sanju has, so it's eased the pressure on Abhishek. Now he can take a couple more balls, and then eventually, if Abhishek gets the 60-70, he knows the role that Sanju Samson has played in helping him through that power play. Now at the end of 2, they were 12. But before this over, they've got 16 already. That's been the good part of what Sanju has done.
Oh, yes. I got the feeling that when we spoke to him, you know him better than most of us, Sanju Samson, that is, didn't care whether he got to 25 and then got out. He says, I don't want to waste any balls. That's the most important thing. We've got batting depth, so I don't want to waste a single delivery. He'll be hoping to go on bigger, of course. Every batter wants to.
And I think he treats success and failure, two imposters of the same thing. That's what I like about him. He doesn't get bogged down by what that does when you get out. He's willing to almost risk his wicket in trying to get the team off to a flyer, which I quite enjoy.
Chance. Hetmyer's chasing it. Hetmyer underneath it and takes it. Abhishek goes to deathly silence outside of the commentary box.
Beaming Hetmyer. Back of a line, but the line is important. It's not giving him any width to free the arms, and as a result, going up. He's gone up, but not far. And Hetmyer taking the catch, and Akhil Hussain and the West Indies shushing what was a noisy crowd. Abhishek Sharma goes for 10, India 29 for 1.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল ক্লাস পাইপ নিশ্চিত করে প্রতি ইঞ্চিতে সঠিক থিকনেস ও সঠিক মাপ। তাই মাটির 1250 ফুট গভীরেও আরামে নিতে পারে প্রচন্ড চাপ। পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস।
আবার বললেন কি হইব? আরে মা, বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে। কি ভাই, লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই? আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই। রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ।
Come into the Indian team purely on the strength of his domestic performances, and he has not stopped. Bolted to become the 5th best batter in the world right now. And he's come in because Abhishek Sharma has played a shot of a man who lacks a bit of confidence.
Matthew Ford. But again, I think the point that you were making before the over return is something we talked about earlier today, that, remember who I was saying it to, that even when he scored the 50 against Zimbabwe, some of the boundaries, there was just a tentativeness in even some of that stroke play compared to when we've seen him in his best form with ferocity.
It's but natural. Confidence is such an important part of anything you do in life, more so when you're batting, when 75,000 people are watching you, you need that. And you can see there was no conviction in that shot. It wasn't one where he went on the back and said, let me slam it into deep mid-wicket. No. He didn't transfer his weight back enough. He just stood in the crease and just pivoted and allowed his hands to do the rest. When you're playing a shot at the back foot, transfer of weight is so important. You can see what he's done here. He didn't commit to the shot. He should have been bang over deep mid-wicket. It was more a soft hit, one that he hoped he would connect because he'd spotted it early. He'd sit back and know that, oh my God, that was a short ball, I should have put it away. But the confidence, he didn't want that boundary as badly as he usually wants it.
Deep mid-wicket and deep square in place.
Sanju is a bit cautious, I should say, not tentative, cautious against Matthew Ford, because he's bringing the back quite nicely in, and that's cramping Sanju, who likes to go on the offside if given any sort of width. But the ball is seaming a bit as well, and they have kept the field that is usually Sanju's nemesis, which is a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, and they're bowling it into him. And he's gotten out a couple of times when they've followed it into his body, and he's just looked to pull the ball and gotten caught at deep square leg or deep mid-wicket. So he's aware of that now.
Very good from Rovman Powell. He switched on. He switched on with the bat as well. Jamaican is always quick.
Yeah, Matthew Ford has done well. As you said, DK, just keeping the stumps in play. And he'd want that when Sanju eventually makes that decision to either advance to him or back away and give him the stumps, that he follows him. Take the stumps out of play. You can see why he is second in the list for best economy rate in this World Cup. So one of the hardest times to bowl in power play.
Just short, but it's an easy shot on that length and line for Ishan Kishan, who's in good form.
Now that's the shot of a man who is feeling good about himself, good about his batting. As soon as the ball was released, he picked it. He knew it was on middle and leg probably, and he's gone through with the flick. Had no doubt what shot he wanted to play. Just wanted to pick it up over mid-wicket, and he's done that quite nicely.
He's got to go back on his length. Not too short to encourage the pull, but back on to his good length. Yeah, good. 37 for 1.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
কি রে ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Quite the win percentage. Just Rohit Sharma, if I'm right, statistically slightly above him in terms of win percentage. Tells you how successful they've been in this 2-year cycle from the time he's taken over. Jason Holder into the attack.
Not to be at his best, Carlos and Shamar Joseph showed us some good skills in the first phase of the tournament. Has kind of gone a little awry in the last couple of games. Is he post-power play man?
Yeah, Shamar Joseph definitely upside the power play. We had a chat just before play about not waiting too late to go to those Yorkers. In fact, against South Africa, once the game looked as though it was getting away. Shot. A little bit full in length. And the man at the top of his game, Ishan Kishan.
beauty of the shot was the previous one bounced quite extravagantly when he played the cut shot, but the next ball he's just committed to the front foot. He's waiting for that fuller ball and he's just gone through with his hands quite nicely. Started off very nicely here, Ishan Kishan.
Striking at 186 this World Cup. And that's partly going to be his downfall. Hetmyer is in all these trouble spots and hot spots and Holder strikes. Look at Ford. You'd think Ford got the wicket.
You could see the passion in maroon. Such an important catch to take. Hetmyer had eyes on it all the way, scurrying around. Was becoming a very safe pair of hands. And an important man, this man, Jason Holder for the West Indies. Did it with bat, now doing it with ball. Ishan Kishan gone for 10, a cameo for the 1 for 2.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ আমেরিকান এএসটিএম স্ট্যান্ডার্ডে তৈরি আধুনিক যুগের আধুনিক পাইপ ফিটিংস এর সাথে জয়েন্ট হয় শক্ত ও মজবুত। আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস, পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
The Indian captain is at the crease. You get a chance to see that Ishan Kishan dismissal again. How low on the bat. Because of that striking power, he's aggressive from the word go. But now he's gone. Deep third and deep fine leg for Sky.
Ishan Kishan was looking good there, and the confidence probably got into the shot a bit too early. Did it hit the center of the bat? Let's have a look here. See where the ball hits the bat. Early into the shot probably. Toe ending it, not getting any power whatsoever. Hetmyer takes his second catch, and India will be thinking, we have dropped a couple here, and West Indies have held on to everything that's come their way. Put yourself in Surya Kumar's shoes. Defending champions. Virtual quarter-final here. Coming 40 for 2, chasing 196. Can't be easy being him right now. A lot of pressure. He's batted nicely in this tournament. Today is the kind of day when you want your leader to stand up. A big moment for him in his captaincy career as well.
I want to quickly ask you and Carlos about that. Carlos, you were here when you won the game with those sixes in 2016. DK, you've been in positions many times. That pressure, how do you sort of get yourself out of thinking about that pressure?
I think for him the first bit of pressure is trying to maximize the next 7 balls in the power play. Once he gets out of the power play, how can you continue to show solid intent and not let the game drift away from you? So the result is immaterial at the moment. But how you navigate these next 7 deliveries, and then how you navigate the first 3 overs outside of the power play, can you keep your intent? Because we know it's a difficult ground to defend. We know once he gets in, he can accelerate. But it's the nerves right here, right now.
Insulate yourself is the word I was looking for. Insulation. 5 overs gone. 45 for 2.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
কি রে, ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
45 for 2, 5 overs have been bowled, so game nicely poised at the moment. Still Ford. Just a period to rebuild for India. You see the anxious faces in the crowd now. Of all ages in here, but they'll all feel this tension. It's a massive game, this.
Yes, it is a massive game. And sometimes the pressure can get to you. Maybe the pressure did get to the Indian fielders. Missed fields and drop catches. On the other hand, the two opportunities that the West Indies have had, Hetmyer has taken them quite comfortably, quite easily, got rid of two dangerous batters. Tilak Verma, another left-handed dangerous batter. But much will depend, as Ravi said, on this partnership. Just 6 runs so far of 6 deliveries, but India needs something where they need to steady it without being too far away from the asking rate. At the moment, the asking rate is 10 runs and over. India scoring at 9 and over. That is keeping the required rate in sight.
He sliced that away. And the ball will reach the fence. The 50 comes up for India. Still 4 balls left in power play.
Yeah, fortune favouring the brave. Didn't pick that slower delivery, back of the arm slower delivery. A little bit of width on offer, but gets enough to beat the infield. And once you do so in these conditions, it's difficult to hold the ball back in. A nice little knock from Samson, who spoke before the match of the clarity in his planning. He knows what his job is.
He's got off to starts. He's got into the 20s before. Needs to convert this. Let's try and double it to start off.
Yeah, 10 years ago, Hetmyer was captain of the West Indies under-19 team when they won the under-19 World Cup. That same year, West Indies won 2 other World Cups, men and women. 10 years later, he's featuring in what is essentially a quarter-final of a men's World Cup. And they're hoping, they really are hoping that they can get past the defending champions and home team tonight. He really has wonderful pair of hands. He's taken quite a few catches in this tournament to date.
He had to come so far inside. It just tells you how badly mistimed that shot was. It wasn't as if the batter was caught on the boundary line. Looking to hit everything and get you into trouble. The ball might have hit the top of the bat, near the bat manufacturer's name.
He's got 6 catches in this competition, but I think he's thrived on this responsibility of being sent up the order as well. He's come of age in this World Cup. And there was no doubting his talent. Made an early impression when he first got into the side, then tapered off.
Yeah, that promotion seemed to have unlocked something in him. Started his career at the top of the order and then has been pigeonholed thereafter as a finisher.
So at the end of power play, India 53 for 2. And time for drinks.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি।
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন, পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
আরে মা, বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে। কি ভাই, লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই? আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই। রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ।
কি রে, ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা, ঈদ মানে বাধা।
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
আরে মা, বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে। কি ভাই, লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই? আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই। রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ।
কি রে, ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
Not easy on the batters, or anybody for that matter, to get your eyes used to the light again, the bright lights again. You have darkness around you. You have a laser thing going on. This is the World Cup, and for 2.5 minutes, do you need this kind of entertainment? The IPL, it's fine in the middle of the IPL, not in the knockouts, but in the middle of the IPL, that is fine. But at the moment here in the World Cup, do we need these laser shows in the middle of the drinks interval?
And from the player's point of view also, to switch on, back on is never easy. This is serious stuff. Jason Holder, first over, he conceded just 6. An opportunity now to spread the field out. Holder was the man who dismissed Ishan Kishan.
He is a tall man and a very tall release point. There, that extra bounce quite evident. Look at the lengths as well that he's bowling. He pulled things back quite considerably for that wicket delivery and off centre in the bat, and so holds out in the deep. Raw emotion. Who can maintain their composure as we go deeper into this contest? West Indies would be maybe pleased with that first 6 overs.
Oh, that's beautifully struck. That's typical Samson for you. Raced away to the boundary.
Yes, not an easy shot to punch off the back foot. He takes a big stride back. His initial movement is back almost onto the stumps. And then he hits that. Oh, that is a beautiful shot. Not an easy shot. Back foot through mid-off, back foot through cover. Yes, but back foot through almost straight back past the bowler. That's a magnificent shot.
I was interested to see how if any, the changes would be in Sanju Samson once a couple wickets were down and post the power play. How does he make any adjustment to his game plan? The philosophy in the first 6 quite clear, but thereafter, what does his role evolve into? And how does he play the next few overs or so? So it'll be quite intriguing to see how he goes about his task.
Oh, he picks that up. And it's gone the distance. Well, that's a typical Surya Kumar Yadav blow. Just using the pace.
Yes, how often have we seen that shot from the Indian skipper? Just gets across towards the off stump, waits for the ball, and then brings that half scoop, half flick into the stands.
And I want to say that the West Indies need to get his wicket, but you look at this India batting lineup and you could say that for each and every one of them. So dangerous are they. He manufactures those angles, doesn't he? Fielders in the deep, clears them easily.
The good thing about this game is the surface is a good one. Will remain good. So if India get themselves in any sort of partnership that gets them closer to 100, they'll feel they'll have a great chance of overhauling the score. West Indies, meanwhile, know they have to chip away at the wickets to just build on the pressure. There's enough firepower. As Samuel Badri said, this Indian batting lineup, they bat deep. So good over from India's point of view. 14 runs coming off it after 7, 67 for 2.
দেশের তৈরি ফ্যালকন এমএস পাইপ সঠিক মাত্রার কার্বন কম্বিনেশন বৃদ্ধি করে পাইপের ডাক্টিলিটি ও হেভি লোড নেয়ার ক্ষমতা। ফ্যালকন এমএস পাইপ, নির্ভরতার প্রতীক।
কি রে, ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
Look now at the 13 overs remaining. I think the game for me is the way India handle the West Indian spinners. If they can get after Moti and Hussain, and that'll go a long way in helping them. So a big moment in the game. Rukesh Moti into the attack. Starts with a short ball and gets the treatment. Easy pickings this for Sanju Samson. Half tracker.
Yes, again, between extra cover and not an easy shot to play. He plays it up in the air because he knows that there is no deep extra cover.
Is the leading wicket taker for the West Indies in this edition, Gudakesh Moti, and so they'll need him to continue that trend. Sky against spin, and you can see where his strike rates are the best. And so what are your plans, having seen this and having studied the footage and the data? What have they come up with as a team? Where are they looking to attack him, to contain him, and more importantly, to get him out? Yeah, the big games call for big heart, lots of courage, belief, self-belief. Do they have it?
Yes, in this middle overs, wickets become so crucial. Pick up a couple of wickets that can really shift the balance. Saw that when India bowled, they got some wickets in the middle overs, but then it was a good partnership that took West Indies to the 195 they got.
West Indies have been one of the best bowling teams in this tournament, bowling out the oppositions a number of times, and today that's what they need, wicket-taking options.
He's got that in the gap. He's always been a very good sweeper, Suryakumar Yadav, and a boundary to end the over, 11 of it, 78 for 2.
আরএফএল এসডব্লিউআর পাইপি মাপে যা বলে তাই দেয়, না দেখে ঠকবেন না। আরএফএল ছাড়া কিনবেন না। আরএফএল এসডব্লিউআর পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস, পাইপের বস, না কিনলে লস।
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
So India just upping the ante in the last couple of overs. 25 runs have come.
And it seemed to be risk-free batting as well. They are scoring the boundaries without too much fuss, and that's the worry from a West Indian perspective. They've mitigated the risk, but they've still scored heavily.
Romario Shepherd into the attack. And he would remember this pitch well. Romario Shepherd had a 5-wicket haul early doors in the tournament, including a hat-trick on this very ground. And the same pitch as well.
Didn't get the opportunity to bat. This was the hat-trick. There it is, knocking the stumps over as well. 5 wickets.
What have the bowlers done? That was, in fact, the best individual return for a bowler this tournament. 5 for 20 for Romario Shepherd. Another 5 for Junaid versus Canada. A few 4-wicket hauls as well. West Indies desperate for another.
Oh, he climbs into that. That is brute force for you. Expansive from Sanju Samson.
There's a big backwards step and then making that ball, a good length ball, into a slot ball and outside the off stump as well. And that's not again an easy shot to hit it over long off, but he made it look so easy.
Yes, he's always had the power. This looks very calm and composed tonight. He knows there's still a long way to go. The crowd on their feet. The 6 and now a boundary. And you can see a sudden shift in gears from India in the last 3 overs or so.
Yeah, we've spoken about the pressure of this contest. The stakes are high, and all of the fielders, all of the players, no doubt, are feeling it. Kishmoti is usually good in the outfield. That one goes past him. Crossing 40 for the first time after 12 innings, Sanju Samson.
That one skidding across the turf. I wonder if it's a little greasy. The outfield. Oh, that just goes past the outside edge. Just a hint of movement. They're just having a chat.
I hope perhaps checking with the double point fielder whether there was a bit of a nick in it. Very good delivery.
It's quite loud, quite boisterous. No one heard anything, and they didn't want to take the risk either. Was it worth taking the risk?
So another good over this for the Indians. It's 13 off it. The 50 partnership comes up. It's 91 for 2.
Shanti. প্রশান্তি। ক্লিক ফ্যানের অ্যারোডাইনামিক ডিজাইনের অ্যালুমিনিয়াম ব্লেড ও ডাবল শিল্ডেড বল বেয়ারিং নিঃশব্দে বাতাস ছড়ায় পুরো ঘর জুড়ে। ক্লিক ফ্যান, প্রশান্তির হাওয়া ছড়িয়ে যাবে সবখানে।
ক্লিক লাইটে আলো বেশি।
ক্লিক লাইটের প্রতি ওয়াটে সঠিক লুমেন দেয় সবচেয়ে বেশি উজ্জ্বল আলো। সম্পূর্ণ ফ্লিকার ফ্রি হওয়ায় চোখের জন্য ভালো। ক্লিক এলইডি, সবচেয়ে বেশি উজ্জ্বল আলো।
Just ahead at this stage. They've strung a good partnership. That was what was needed. 50 added by these two. Good time. Last 3 overs, they just accelerated. There's been a shift in gears. Here's Moti. 49 Samson now.
Controlled and classy innings from Sanju Samson. Sky has given him the bulk of the strike as well, contributing when necessary, and the pressure now on the men in maroon to find the wicket.
Get it, put down. Hit straight back. Got 2 hands. And a slice of luck here for the Indian captain.
Well, India dropped a couple. Now the West Indies. Wasn't a difficult one. Drop catches. Disease is catching.
That should have been taken. Ample time. Now the crowd in anticipation. He's on 49. And now 50, reaches there with the boundary. It's been a classy innings in a big match. And his first 50 in the T20 World Cup. And the dugout knows the importance of that innings, as does the crowd.
What a way to get to a half century. After what, 14 innings or so? 12 innings. Very good shot once again. Moti bowling it short, bowling it wide because he's played the lofted shot to good effect.
Well, he's a classy player. He's come good on the big day. He'd like to be there to see India home. He's batted very calmly. Played some lovely shots. See, 6 boundaries, 3 sixes, just 6 dots. beauty about this innings. He's hardly taken any risks. And he had scored quickly.
Yeah, his bat swing is so pure. A lot of bat speed as well. When he plays those strokes, he times it more than anything else. Caresses the ball over the boundary and along the ground. Best yet from him.
So 7 off that over. After 10, it's 98 for 2.
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে বাটা
বাবা এত এনার্জি কই পাও
এই পাওয়ার পাওয়ার চুমুকে অ্যাকশন
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন চিলক্স হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়
ঠান্ডা
First over for Shamar Joseph. There's been some quality innings from Sanju Samson. There are many, or several, who have questioned his ability, but those who know of that ability have stuck with him. Quite a graceful and deceptively powerful batter, and has that X factor. It's not as consistent as he would want to be, but he can be a match winner, and he's showing that quality on the biggest stage. Got him! Shamar Joseph into the attack. And Shilfain Rutherford takes a really good low catch.
You talk about X factor. Shamar Joseph is the first name to come to mind in this bowling lineup. There's a deafening silence after this. Shilfain Rutherford coming in, and the beauty of this catch is how he just slows down to be able to dive forward and catch it. Had he overrun it, he could have easily hit the palm or the heel of the hand on the way down and fluffed the chance. He didn't. Third wicket down the skipper. 99 for 3 India.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন ম্যাচে হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়
ঠান্ডা
আবার বললে না কি হইব আরে মা বাপের বাড়ি গেছে ঘুরতে
কি ভাই লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ
Tilak Varma. 44 in the last game in quick time of just 16 deliveries against Zimbabwe. What can Tilak produce tonight? Acceleration, 97, innovation, can be innovative. And he likes room. Off the mark straight away. Nice crunching shot, Matthew Hayden.
Yeah, great way to bring up the 100 as well, Ian Bishop. That was a key moment right there. The drop catch, I thought, was one of those pivotal moments that may well have cost the West Indies. But That catch there from Shamar Josephs was an absolute beauty. Here it is again. Great movement to the ball. Eye on, a little roll over the top of it. And the X factor, as you said, comes into play. So a little circuit breaker here. Some relief for the West Indies.
What disturbed him there, but Sanju Samson took a huge backward step in the crease. Rutherford's catching all across 2024-25 hasn't been spectacular. He's not always excelled, but he's caused some awe and amazement here. And it's improved of late. He's worked on it, Carlos.
Yeah, once upon a time it was hand on head when it goes in Rutherford's direction. Now there's safe pair of hands. And they like to dissect the technique of a catch, because sometimes you just think people will run as fast as they can and dive. But with a catch like that comes fairly flat, where you have to sprint into the drop zone. Sometimes it's not getting your feet and your head into the drop zone. It is getting into a position that you can dive into the drop zone and be able to catch the ball and then extend your hands so it doesn't bounce out.
Goodness gracious, the stumps at midfielders sometimes. No, there's a long one that would have gone down the ground and paid.
Nice little roll. He got there, he stopped. A drag of the back foot to get his hands down. And once he got his hands underneath the ball and took the catch, he then gave himself a little bit of a tumble, less theatrical, less for the cameras and more technical. It was a good catch. It looks easy and some will say it should be taken, and it should be. There's a process behind it.
Fellow who took a good one, he missed his run up again. Who took a good one? Perhaps a slightly more difficult that a couple of months ago. Glenn Phillips took an outstanding catch against England. They didn't go on to win the game, but he takes some of the most difficult catches, Glenn Phillips, and makes them look easy, and then he'll drop the straightforward ones occasionally.
Well, he's got an engine on him of note, and that pace to the ball, that's just so key in these situations.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাটে চেলি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে।
জিরো হবে নতুন ফিলে।
আবার বললেন কি হইব? আরে মা, বাপের বাড়ি গেলে ঘুরতে।
কি ভাই, লোকাল ওয়াইফাই এর ঝামেলায় জীবনে শান্তি নাই? আপনার চাই রবি ওয়াইফাই। রবি ওয়াইফাই মানেই এখন নেট অন সারাক্ষণ।
When the batting for the first time, what has he got in store?
He's the difficult one to read, Roston Chase. You think you bring it on for the left-hander, then he goes and gets the right-hander out. This is a power pack, 6, 7 and 8 engine room, and these two at the crease. But Roston Chase is a man that's known for making things happen almost from nowhere. This is going to be a key passage of play.
Yeah, well, he's an absolute beauty with the bat, wasn't he, this evening? The first time that he's ever done that, he manages to pull off a really well-made 40 and a good opening partnership as well, and good power play. A conservative power play, but a launching pad for the men in Maroon. And that's what it's really all about at the moment for this Indian lineup. They have to conserve their wickets. If they start getting into that engine room too early through this phase, it's going to expose some real problems. Run rate required, 10.5. Start putting a couple of wickets on that, and that'll escalate.
Targeting the stumps, and this young man, Tilak Verma, has a very good record against the West Indies. Averages around 58 with a strike rate of 140 plus.
Feel that tension, just starting them out. Scoreboard pressure. You see how quickly, I just mentioned it was 10.6, now it's 11, so every dot ball here is absolute gold dust. Totally different a tournament play like this where you've got scoreboard pressure as opposed to a bilateral series. .93 from 50 balls. Now, in ordinary circumstances, you'd think, right, 7 wickets in hand, game on. These conditions. It is neck and neck, folks.
I want us to look at this field as well that is set for Tilak Varma, this offside field. There's the man at long off, but there's a deep backward point for him. It's not an extra cover. Right of that fielding graphic, top right, a huge gap between that deep backward point and long off.
Oh yeah, stop it.
It's very good from Roston Chase. 104 for 3.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
সর্বাধুনিক সিপিভিসি ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে তৈরি আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস 93 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস পর্যন্ত গরম পানি সহ্য করতে পারে। আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Their guys like Sanju Samson are looking to step up. Dinesh Karthik has joined us, and he'll keep us waiting for something substantial. Keep your ears open. Joseph just missing his run a couple of times. Wow, crunching. What a blow of some power. I always say Samson by name, Samson by nature.
Missing his length, Shamar Joseph. Wants to be a little bit further back. That's in the slot. Smited by Samson. Need to hit that length. He first over went for 3. It was just a little touch shorter. Sanju Samson is going so deep in his crease. I think he wants to compensate. He's overcompensating on that occasion.
Now that you've waited, here is DK.
I just watched something fascinating here. Sanju Samson gets to his 50 after 12 innings. 13th inning he's got a 50, celebrates, and look what he does after that. Very old school. Goes, marks his guard again, almost tells himself the job is not done, I need to start again. And what does he do the next couple of balls that he faces? First one, a block. He says, all right, I got time. And then finishes the over off. It tells me he's determined. Now that he's got to a 50, he's saying he doesn't want to give it away. He wants to take India home. That's a great way to tell yourself that the job is not done. I got something more to offer today, and I want to get it done.
Tilak Varma has joined the fun. He just bunted it down the ground.
Imperious. Full face of the bat. Maker will be happy. And just held the pose. Beautiful balance and poise in the shot. Not as bad a delivery as the first ball be over. Still needs to pull that length a bit back, but can't take anything away from the beauty of that shot.
He's jumped on it. He's showing that form from the last game, that intensity and boundary hitting ability.
Lovely striking the ball. 99 tournament boundaries here for India, and this is one of the best. Look at this. Wide, tries to take the pace out of the ball, the air out of the ball, if you like. And Tilak Varma says, thank you very much.
Goodness me. Well, he had a blurb from Gudakesh Moti earlier. Now Shilfin Rutherford, after taking a good catch, lets one through.
Well, he was desperate to try and stop the two, but in doing so, you can see the angle that he tried to cut, he slipped over. He wanted to get a good quick throw and release away, but his footwork just wasn't there. I also wonder whether there is a little bit of juice starting to kick in here as well.
You see it again, you see his foot, his right foot get onto the side of the shoe. You never stop yourself much there. There won't be any traction. The foot got onto the side of the shoe. Expensive over 17 off it. 1-2-1 4-3.
Yeah, that was certainly the...
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ঝর্ণার মতো স্নিগ্ধ, ছবির মতো সুন্দর। RFL বাথরুম ফিটিংস, অভিজাত ও দীর্ঘস্থায়ী।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
One of the ways, and we talk about those wickets, but the biggest question is how do you get those wickets in good conditions, good batting conditions? We saw, for example, with South Africa, how they rotated bowlers early in their bowling effort, over spells, very rarely back-to-back overs. Ruston Chase bowled a good one. This is the period. Decisive 2 overs. Decisive 2 overs coming up. Everything he touches tonight turns to gold for Sanju Samson.
Boundary early in the over again. Chase gone Yorker. The presence of mind to just let it hit the face of the bat and just angle it for 4. Skill. Speaks to the awareness and presence of mind. Staying in the moment at the crease.
It becomes who can handle the pressure at this stage, Carlos. It's mounting now on those in maroon. You've also got the crowd factor here. This is a beautiful traditional ground here at Eden Gardens, a very noble and crowd that just absolutely adore their cricket, and what they're seeing here now is something very special from Sanju Samson. He wants to take this deep.
You ask how do they get wickets, Bish, and I think it's building pressure. Shamar Joseph Gill before 3, then Ross and Chase 3. When that's 17 run over, all that pressure is now dissipated. And they almost need to find a way to string some dots together again.
Well, there he is, Sanju, on the list. Best strike rates, 187. Marsh in Australia out of the tournament. Bakar Zaman came in late in this tournament with Farhan put on a brilliant partnership. What a tournament he had as well with Pakistan. One other interesting fact, along with what Dinesh Karthik was talking about, Samju, resetting, is that his contact points, his strike points versus pace, Samju Samson, have actually got a lot shorter. Against Namibia is 1.83 metres, Zimbabwe 1.46 metres, and the West Indies 1.39, so on a bouncing surface, he actually has found his way. He struck the ball. So great confidence.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ সব ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জংমুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিন ট্যাপ। ফিটিংস শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। শিলং, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
ড্রিঙ্ক এখন রিয়াল ফ্রুট পাম্প ও নাটা চেরি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। শিলং, হ্যান্ডমার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। ম্যাচে, প্যান্ডামার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
আপনার রুচির সাথে মানানসই স্টাইলিশ সব ডিজাইন থেকে বেছে নিন জংমুক্ত ও লং লাস্টিং শাইন বেসিন ট্যাপ। ফিটিংস শাইন তো সবকিছু ফাইন।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
$50 টাকা ছাড়।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ইফতারে আজ একসাথে মেতে উঠি আমের সাথে, আজ সবার হাতে হাতে মেতে উঠি ফ্রুটোর সাথে।
ইফতার থেকে সেহেরিতে কোটি কোটি প্রাণ আজ আস্থার ভালোবাসায় মেতেছে ফ্রুটোময় স্বাদে।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা দিলাম।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। শিলং, হ্যান্ডমার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
Members, they all have their own way of succeeding and learning from their experience. So I just told you what I have learned and what I would like to implement today.
Thank you very much for your time. Very, very insightful as always.
Thank you, sir.
Sanju Samson speaking before the start of this all-important contest. .60 to get from the last 6 overs with 7 wickets in hand. India in the driving seat. A place in the semi-final awaits. Sanju said it. The pressure is always there for these Indian players. You live with it, you breathe, you eat, you sleep it, but you get on with the job.
Yeah, cricket is the #1 seed in this country. In the acceleration overs, they will feel it. Even though they are cruising at this stage, they're at 35,000 feet and the pilot has gone, we are just ready to sit in this zone for maybe another 3 or even 4 overs here without losing wickets. The heat will only come on if India start to lose wickets. So much about cricket is being just comfortable with the uncomfortable, and run chasers are specifically about that. Don't go anywhere though, Carlos, because there could be a little twist in this story as well.
Yeah, just wondering how much Romario Shepherd can bowl. He's only bowled 1 over. His speeds have been way down in that 1 over. And Jason Holder is one of your death bowlers, bowling his 3rd now, which I agree with, because you can't wait until the death. The game may never reach there. But how much can Romario Shepherd add? You don't want to bowl Austin Chase for 3 in a row. Shamar Joseph just is bowled from the other end, and he only has 2 left. It's going to be interesting to see how Shea Hope's going to maneuver and rotate his bowlers. Hetmyer got the consolidation stage after a flyer. Sanju Samson kept motoring along. He really accelerated, a drop chance, and eventually a half century out to the sky. Had a nice catch from Shafin Rutherford, littered in between the boundaries. Then it was the Sanju Samson show again. Tilak Varma not staying outside the party, he wanted to get into the dance as well.
He has hit that as powerfully as anything tonight. Hetmyer, he climbed. Akil Hussain next to him gives him the little tap, but out of nowhere, that wicket's come.
Absolutely necessary. Shimron Hetmyer again. When it's not with bat in hand, it's in the field. A man for the occasion, climbing an imaginary ladder. He stepped a couple rungs up, almost to the height of Jason Holder, benefactor of that wicket, and ends Tilak Varma's stay. 141 for 4 India.
আরএফএল ক্লাস 5 নিশ্চিত করে প্রতি ইঞ্চিতে সঠিক থিকনেস ও সঠিক মাপ। তাই মাটির 1250 ফুট গভীরেও আরামে নিতে পারে প্রচন্ড চাপ। পাইপের বস, না কিনলে লস।
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপি।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। পিৎজা বার, প্যান্ডা মার্ট ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়।
India. A job to do with Sanju Samson. Fantastic catch. 7 catches this World Cup for Shimron Hetmyer. His reaction after taking the catch was priceless. Off the mark, Hardik. Have a look at that catch again.
Runs, catches, good fielding efforts. Hetmyer's all over it. This is a peach of a catch. Fingertips, great control, and so important for the West Indies.
A moment after that where he was mouthing, you say it in West Indian, he said, that man hit the ball so hard. He just soldiers on. He's picking his moments to go through the gears, gearing up and gearing down. 1-4-6 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ আমেরিকান এএসটিএম স্ট্যান্ডার্ডে তৈরি আধুনিক যুগের আধুনিক পাইপ ফিটিংস এর সাথে জয়েন্ট হয় শক্ত ও মজবুত। আরএফএল ইজি পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস, পাইপের বস না কিনলে লস।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে বাধা।
So 5 overs to go. This match nicely poised. 50 runs needed from 30. Well, Sanju Samson holding this Indian innings together. It's been a magnificent innings. 74 from 41. Still a job to be done. 50 to get. And Joseph back in. That's easy for Hardik. Nice little gift on middle and leg. The fine leg up. The 150 comes up.
Well weighted by Hardik Pandya. Have a look at where he meets the ball. Just under his eyes, on the pads. Hardik Pandya has walked into the crease in Calcutta. Ravi Shastri has walked into the com box for the last 5 overs. It's going to be a firecracker here.
Yes, and Samuel listening. He's quietly listening here because we know in these pressure games what wickets can do. You've got two calm heads out there, Pandya and Samson.
Their presence of mind to pick up a couple. There was a collision between the bowler and Hardik. Didn't result in anything untoward, purely accidental. Game has been played in wonderful spurts and it continues that way. But can he find another wicket? We keep saying that every time we talk. It's about West Indies getting wickets and finding a way back in.
That won't help. Such deliveries release the pressure. Good man to have coming in at this moment of time, Hardik Pandya. But just watching Sanju Samson today, there's never been anyone who's doubted his talent. But it's this kind of composure, this kind of maturity that's needed. Shot selection, just his body language, even when wickets were falling around him, first class. And he's scored 74 from 41 and feels he's hardly taken a risk. That's the kind of shot-making ability he has. Some sublime shots from him.
Looked the part. He's been calm, he's been composed. It almost feels like subconsciously he knows, he believes that he is the man to get this done tonight. Like you said, it just feels like he's not taken any risk whatsoever. He's played very maturely. Something that everyone has wanted every time they watch Sanju bat. Just the calmness with which at the moment they're taking singles. Mind you, they need close to 10 runs and over, but it just feels like they know they're going to get it done. That's the body language they have. Comfortably the highest boundary scorer in terms of fours tonight. Fast outfield. The pitch feels like it's just getting better to bat on. Probably a little bit of moisture on the top surface of the pitch, the dew on the outfield, all that adds to their confidence even more. I thought Tilak played a blinder as well. Really good innings.
Lucky to get away there. 10 have come off the over. You see the required rate now, it's 9.6. It's less than what it was at the start of the inning. So they've not allowed that to get away.
It's been a bit of a mirror image, both teams batting. In between they had a bit of a wobble, a couple of good overs, but then one big over they got. And we know in Kolkata, the kind of ground where you can get a few big overs on the bounce.
That's very loose bowling here in this over. 14 runs coming off it. 160 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি।
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে কেমনে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
উৎসবে ভালোবাসা ঈদ মানে বাঁকা।
A very strong position here. 56 runs coming in the last 4 overs. That's made the difference. Well, Dinesh Karthik mentioned about the innings from Tilak Verma. And he took a lot of pressure off Sanju Samson, played some lovely shots. And it's put India in a comfortable position now. 24 balls remaining, 36 to get.
Right from the outset, Tilak is carrying on from where he left off against Zimbabwe. Got deep in his crease, hit it over mid-off. Most of the shots again without too much risk. That was probably the shot of his innings. Crunched it to the left of Cowers. Just couldn't move an inch, in fact, before he was actually taken off a brilliant catch.
Oh, he's put that down. Jason Holder. How important is that miss? He juggled, and it went to ground.
Yeah, we keep speaking about wickets. Opportunities have come. They just haven't been able to hold on. Kishmoti dropped one earlier, and now Jason Holder. And the big wicket of Hardik Pandya. How crucial, how critical.
That could be massive in the context of this game. It'll happen very quickly from here. 22 balls to go, 34 needed. Can't believe it.
Does have a big pair of hands. How did this one slip out? Juggled it a couple times, just couldn't regain any sort of control.
For his height, it went at a good height. Between those drop chances, there have been some terrific catches. None better than this one. Very little time to react. 1.6 seconds to be exact. Just timed this jump to perfection.
Another extra. DK, what do you put that down to? So many times you would have taken catches like this in extra cover. 9 out of 10 times, perhaps even 10 out of 10 times. Has to be the enormity of the situation, what's on the line. What do you put that down to?
Sometimes as a fielding coach, I've thought about it. Some people drop sitters. It's inexplicable, but on this occasion, did he get his hands into the right position? Was he expecting the ball to come to him? When you know the bowler is going to bowl the wide Yorker line, there's a good chance you'll be in play at covers. So was he concentrating enough? But all things said and done, he's a very safe catcher. It's surprising to see him drop that one.
Very important thing you said there, you know, wanting the ball to come to you. I think the best fielders in the world who turn matches on their head in situations like this, they think exactly that. They'll be expecting every ball to come in their direction, and they want to do something spectacular. Either pull off a run out or take a brilliant catch. You know, they're playing it in their mind. They're visualizing it way before it happens. And when it does happen, it doesn't come as a surprise. Might come as a surprise to many watching. They don't surprise themselves. They're ahead of the 8 ball in the thinking process.
And on the other side, you have someone like Hetmyer, who's had such a great day on the field. He would be wanting every ball to come to him. He will be like, just give me anything. I'm going to take it tonight. It's been that kind of a night for him. Batted quite nicely. Taking 3 catches. Well, both teams have put down a few. We've seen Gudakesh Moti put down 1. Jason Holder, on the other hand for India, Abhishek Sharma. So yes, both teams have not been great on the field.
All really racing across the turf now. It's breezy out there. 29 of 19.
And in the corner there, you see the fielding coach, Dilip Kumar. I'm sure he'll have a few words to some of the boys. He's someone who makes sure, rather, that the players take enough catches. They're doing their disciplines in practice sessions quite nicely.
Where's that gone? He had to reach out for that, Hardik Pandya. And a nice way to end the over. 11 of it. So India going along nicely. 171 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
বাবা, এত এনার্জি কই পাও?
এই পাওয়ার পাওয়ার চুমুকে অ্যাকশন।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাটা চেরি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে।
চিল হবে নতুন ফিলে।
Using the depth of the crease there, Hardik Pandya. Though I personally feel he's looking to hit the ball too hard. That's why the bat is turning in his hands. He almost wants to hit it into Howrah Bridge. He needs to calm down. Jason Holder is someone at the death who likes bowling slower ones. So Sanju Samson should be aware of it. Waiting for the bouncer, looking to hit him over deep square leg or deep mid-wicket are good options. Or using the pace over third man.
He's played it smartly tonight. Into the 80s now, 82, and still a terrific strike rate. Just 46 balls. Most successful run chases, 173, 161. So this will be the highest.
I know the match is not done, and by no means am I saying West Indies are out of it, but it almost feels like a big circle. 2016, West Indies chased down 192. Dew played such a big part when you all chased it down. And today, 10 years later, India on the cusp of doing something very similar, chasing down a huge total.
Yeah, this is something that they've done quite a lot in this tournament, the West Indies. They've gone for the Yorkers quite regularly. Every dot delivery, there's a hush, there's a silence around. And whenever there's a boundary, there's an eruption. As you can imagine, the faithfuls, the thousands of them here are no doubt looking on.
Both these players have the ability to just clear the fence quite easily, find the boundaries, and that's so important at this stage. When you look at 23 balls remaining, you hit 3 hits to the boundary, and suddenly the whole game changes on its head. Couple over the line, even more different. Oh, beautifully played. Now that's been a feature of his batting. Now there's class for you. Look at the balance, the timing. How quickly it goes away to the fence. It's a boundary ground here at Eden Gardens.
And with that shot, he goes past Virat Kohli for the highest score by an Indian batter in a chase in a T20 World Cup. He has eclipsed the 82 not out that Virat got against Australia and Pakistan. He's done it twice, 82. What knocks both of them were. But this one, very good so far from Sanju Samson. Even Virat Kohli would stand up and applaud when watching this innings unfold.
There's shots all around the ground. Square cuts, straight drives. Just the composure and calmness brought back into the side, and he's doing the job on the big day. This is the quarter-final. The winner here goes through to the semi-final. You can see a sense of relief in the dugout there with this partnership going nicely. 2 good back-to-back partnerships. First Tilak Verma, Sanju Samson, now Hardik Pandya, Sanju Samson, 37 of 23. Onside. Settle for the single. 8 of the over, 179 for 4.
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ড্রিঙ্কও এখন রিয়েল ফ্রুট পাল্প ও নাটা চেলি সহ নতুন প্যাকে নতুন স্বাদে।
জিও হবে নতুন ফিলে।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ম্যাক্স কোলা খুব ভালো খেতে, খেয়ে বলি।
ম্যাক্স কোলার এমনই টেস্ট।
না খেলে বুঝবে কেমনে।
You can see the crowd already chanting in good spirits, hoping for India to get this 17 runs without giving them any anxious moments. 17 to get off 12. Joseph, the bowler, Pandya on strike.
West Indies have bowled some lovely Yorkers. Considering there's a bit of dew, they've done so well. They've almost been 80-90% on target. See the dew that's there tonight. Never a good sign for a bowler, Samuel.
That's why Hardik was very clear at the toss. Both teams wanted to field first. I beg your pardon, Surya Kumar. And he said it's not an easy ground to defend. He said when things cool down and the dew comes, it's very difficult. And he knows it better than anyone. He's played a lot of cricket here. He played for KKR. BK, when you were there, it has become difficult with the dew. That's in the air. This time he takes it. It's a sudden hush in the crowd. Hardik Pandya miscuing it.
Yeah, second time lucky for Jason Holder. Again, searching for the Yorker. Missed it, but low full toss, always difficult to get away. Watch it into his massive hands. This time there is belief is their life in this contest still. Hardik Pandya goes for 17, 179 for 5.
সর্বাধুনিক সিপিভিসি ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে তৈরি আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস 93 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস পর্যন্ত গরম পানি সহ্য করতে পারে। আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
কি রে ফিরে আসলি যে?
ভাবলাম একা একা তুই যদি ভয় পাস।
কারো ফিরে আসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। ফলের নির্যাস ও দুধের সমন্বয়ে পোলার টর্নেডো গ্রিন অ্যাপল আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
$179 for 5. Bumrah, another big hitter. So Dubé at the crease. Will there be another twist in this contest? 17 needed from 10. Here's Joseph steaming in. And well struck first ball by Shivam Dubé.
Kamar Joseph has been extremely accurate with the Yorker, but this is the problem with the Yorker. You get it wrong even a little bit and it pings to the boundary. Shivam Dubé playing just his first ball. Low full toss. It got met with. No chance for Robin Powell there.
Yeah, just look at that dressing room and dugout and what it means to them. They're fired up. These fans are as well. They're deep in his crease too, so giving himself some extra bit of time to make contact with the ball.
Finds the fielder this time.
Good shot again, just going straight to the fielder, but Hardik Pandya isn't getting enough under the ball to get that elevation he was looking for. Jason Holder dropping him the previous time, but this time you can see through the emotions how much it meant to him.
Important that Samson gets the strike as well. He's an 87. He's the man who's been in at the crease. Oh, that's in the gap. This time, extremely well played by Shivam Dubé. Just waited on it, opened the face of the blade. An important boundary. So 9 needed now, 7.
Another Yorker, but beautifully played by Shivam Dubé here. The previous one going straight to the fielder, but this one finding the gap. All you can do is put back to ball when someone bowls that ball, and Shivam Dubé has done that nicely now. Such an important boundary. Eases the pressure on Sanju Samson as well. You got to remember, Holder is done with his 4. West Indies need to go to Matthew Ford for the last over. They should back themselves to get it done.
Still 1 ball left. They'll come back for 2 here, which means Samson will keep the strike. So 10 runs coming off that last over. It's 189 for 5, 7 needed of the last.
আজকে মুড়ি মাখা জিলাপ।
রমজান নিয়ে নো টেনশন। চিলক্স, হ্যান্ডমার ও আরো অনেক অপশনে ডিল নাও কোডে 150 টাকা ছাড়। ঠান্ডা
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
So just 7 needed, 6 balls to go for a place in the semi-final. Whoever wins this will go to Mumbai. So the final over of the innings, it's Sanju Samson on strike. The fielding penalty will apply, so an extra fielder in the ring.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily a bad thing with only 7 runs to defend. So having an additional fielder in the circle might actually benefit the West Indies in that regard.
Oh, he goes big. Samson wants to finish it off. Into the 90s with a mighty 6. And India need just 1 with the scores tied.
What a shot to get into the 90s and to go within touching distance of a historic victory. India needing that. Sanju Samson, what a shot. 80 meters. He made that look easy. He hasn't played too many big shots tonight, but this one was right up the middle of the bat. Shai Hope calling his troops in, trying to stop the single. And you can see the emotions in that Indian dressing room. It means so much to them.
Yes, a semi-final in Mumbai beckons. You can see everyone up on their feet. It's a special innings from this man. First time past 50 in a World Cup cricket. Now on the verge of getting India past the finishing line. Clears mid on and finishes it off. Sanju special Samson, 97 not out, looks up at the heavens and will get a standing ovation when he comes out. Well, he's waited a long time for this kind of innings. He's promised it right through his career, but he's chosen a very important day to get India into the semi-finals of the World Cup.
What a play!
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
ঝর্ণার মতো স্নিগ্ধ, ছবির মতো সুন্দর। RFL বাথরুম ফিটিংস, অভিজাত ও দীর্ঘস্থায়ী।
সর্বাধুনিক সিপিভিসি ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে তৈরি আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস 93 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস পর্যন্ত গরম পানি সহ্য করতে পারে। আরএফএল সিপিভিসি প্রো পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
বিকাশে পল্লী বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিলে প্রথমবার 20 টাকা অফার। আজই বিল বিকাশ করুন।
Stumbling, but the biggest one is Sanju Samson.
আরএফএল এসডব্লিউআর পাইপই মাপে যা বলে তাই দেয়। না দেখে ঠকবেন না। আরএফএল ছাড়া কিনবেন না।
আরএফএল এসডব্লিউআর পাইপ এন্ড ফিটিংস।
পাইপের বস, না কিনলে লস।
একটু ভালোবাসা ভালো করতে পারে মন। চিজি আইসক্রিমের সাথে ভেলভেটি কেকের মিশ্রণে পোলার রেড ভেলভেট আইসক্রিম। পোলার, মন ভালো থাক।
Place in the semi-finals for India with a Samson special, 97 from just 50, and all round a good batting effort, good partnerships through the middle. Tilak Verma played his part as well, and big relief for India to get into that final 4 where they'll take on England in Mumbai.
Yeah, an iconic knock. No doubt it will go down as one of those magic moments in tournaments to come. It will be spoken of all around the country. It will reverberate for such a long time. A wonderful batting display from Sanju Samson. It's not how you start, but it's how you end. And he's ended this game on an exclamation point, unbeaten on 97 from just 50 deliveries. And he's answered all of his critics in fine style. Spare thought for the West Indies as well. It's the first time that they've lost here at Eden Gardens. They were dismantled by that man Sanju Samson. India winning by 5 wickets and securing another semi-final berth. What a blockbuster that one promises to be as well. Memorable night here again on this hallowed ground.
Yes, and it's a special ground. They came out in numbers to see the Indian team, to support the Indian team, and now see the Indian team making it to the semi-finals. And they were very calm, they were very composed in the chase, thanks to Sanju Samson. And now they've got a few days off before they take on England in Mumbai on the 5th of March. Always a big relief when you get through to that semi-final, especially when you have to play a knockout game to get there. Surya Kumar Yadav, Hardik Pandya just waving to the crowd. Their support was immense today, as it always is in Calcutta. The dressing room, the players will feel for this man. He'll sleep with that bat tonight. And the Sanju Samson fans, they'll be celebrating. And I tell you what, he's got a few around the globe. His captain too will be very happy. He's backed him and back in the side. He's not let him down on the big day. But overall, DK, what do you make of this Indian performance? Gautam Gambhir, his support staff, they'll be relieved as well.
Oh, absolutely, and they should be. They were pushed after that loss against South Africa. But after that, they made that change. Sanju Samson and Akshar Patel coming in. Sanju Samson showing why he is rated so highly in T20 cricket. It was almost brilliant to watch him just take a deep breath and say, no, I need to be there right at the end, and that's what he's done, because he's got an opportunity and he wanted to get it done. And he knows, his fans know how much this means to him, how long they waited, because this man is capable of so many more knocks like this. Just made it look so easy, risk-free shots, but when it mattered most, got it past the boundary quite easily. He's a darling from where he comes, and tonight he'll be the toast of the nation, and why not?
Yeah, clinical precision. You can describe that innings. The way he placed the ball, timed it. There was power there, there was placement. There was deft touch and skill. And even though he lost wickets around him, 97 of just 50, made it look easy. Good contributions lower down the order. Tilak Verma, 27 from 15. Hardik played his part as well. 17 from 14, and Dubai, who came out, struck the couple of boundaries in quick time to make sure India got past the finishing line.
Yeah, from a West Indian standpoint, not enough wickets there and too many boundary balls. 25 fours struck. It was always going to be difficult to defend in these conditions, along with the 6 sixes. And so they fall short. Weren't able to defend what was the highest score posted against India in a T20 World Cup match. A historic chase. Disappointment all around. They had additional resources from a bowling standpoint, but still not able to restrict the opposition.
So that's how things panned out. 195 for 4, played 199 for 5. India winning by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare. Sanju Samson catching everyone's eye with a spectacular 97 from 50. That's the Group 1 final table for you. South Africa on top with 6. India had to win this to move through 4 points on the table and get a place in the semi-finals. And there you go, Group 2 table. It's England who topped the group, 6 points. New Zealand getting there on a better run rate, going past Pakistan. And that semi-final will be played on the 4th of March here at the Eden Gardens. There's confirmation. It's South Africa, New Zealand, Southern Hemisphere clash, and India taking on England. And the final will be played on the 8th of March. And that will be live from Ahmedabad, the Narendra Modi Stadium. So there you go. It's been thoroughly entertaining cricket. Let's go now down to Ian Bishop, who will have the player of the match with him.
It is a great pleasure and honor to appoint the player of the match as Sanju Samson for his 97 with 12 fours and 4 sixes. Carlos Brathwaite, the former West Indies captain, and of course a great history at this ground to present that medal to Sanju. And we have to speak to you, Sanju. This accomplishment in such a crucial game, what does it mean to you?
It means the whole world actually to me. I think right from the day I started playing, started dreaming to play for the country, I think this is the day I was waiting for. And very grateful, very thankful. And I've always had a very special journey with lots of ups and downs, but I've kept on doubting myself, kept on thinking, what if, can I make it? But I kept on believing, and thanks to the Lord Almighty for actually blessing me today. So I'm very happy.
You spoke to us before the game started and you talked about role clarity and the fact that you were looking to get your team off to quick starts, but you did that and then carried all the way through. Take us into your mindset.
Yeah, I think that's why I've been playing this format for a very long time. I think playing IPL around 10 to 12 years and playing for the country from last 10 years. I have not been playing but looking from the dugout, learning from the greats like Virat Kohli, from Rohit Sharma, like all the greats. I think it's very important to observe and learn and see what they were doing. I think that really helped me too, I think, with my experience. I've only played maybe 50, 60 games, but I've seen around 100 games and I've seen how the greatest people have finished the games and how do they change their game according to the game. So I think as last game we were batting first, so it was all about setting a very high score. So that's how I wanted to go big right from ball one. But this game was completely different. I think as soon as I wanted to go a bit higher, we were losing wickets. So I think I wanted to build a partnership, wanted to keep on focusing on my process, and I never felt that I will do something special like this, but I was just focusing on my role and just keeping one ball at a time, and very grateful. I think this is one of the greatest days of my life.
We could see that with the reaction and in front of this crowd as well. Talk to us about the energy they brought and the pitch conditions.
Yeah, definitely they do bring a lot of energy and they do bring a lot of support, but I think on the other end there is always a question, what if not? So definitely that keeps on playing in your mind, but when that thoughts kept on coming, I just brought myself into the present moment and just looked at the ball and trusted myself to react according to the ball in merit. So I think that worked out pretty well today.
Sanju, there are so many places we could take this conversation, but you've exerted yourself and you've had a great day. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
A career best on the greatest night for Sanju Samson. Turning point of this match, the 12th over of the West Indian innings, a double wicket strike from Jasprit Bumrah. The wicket of Shimron Hetmyer and the wicket of Ruston Chase really stymied the West Indies' progress. How this innings panned out. A couple wickets lost in that power play, but they were solid through the consolidation and acceleration phase, and then not too much needed thereafter because of all of the good work that was done before. Samson, the underlying theme throughout all of those phases, and that was the winning moment. And you can see what it means to the Indian team and all of India. A most memorable moment for Sanju Samson. Yes, indeed. We all salute him for that innings. It will be indelibly etched in all those who are present here tonight and will be spoken about for years to come. We'll take a short break and we'll chat with the captains on the other side.
The ones who go beyond boundaries are the ones who reimagine the game. DP World, smart logistics beyond boundaries.